Yo, what is up, guys? How is it going? I hope that we're actually live right now. Welcome to the Uber Eats clone. This is going to be absolutely incredible. Thank you guys so much for being here. Holy crap, we already have 300 likes, you guys. All right, guys, let me ask you a question. Do you want to build the Uber Eats clone with React Native? And if you're excited, guys, let's jump straight into this. So check it out, guys. Here's the Uber Eats clone. And just look at how good this thing looks. And we're going to demo this. Right? So let's go ahead and check this out. Beautiful scroll functionality. Right? We have our categories over here. We're able to filter which restaurant we want to go to. So I'll be able to actually type in Hollywood. And Google autocomplete pops up suggesting different cities. I hit Hollywood. All of Hollywood restaurants come up. You can go ahead and choose one of them. We select the checkbox. The ViewCart component at the bottom is adding your total using Redux. All right, using Redux. And check it out. Boom. We're going to hit checkout right now. And there we go, guys. It's going to take us to our checkout. It added all the items to Firebase. And we're on our order placed screen right now. So I'm going to drop this here. This is what we're actually using. We're using React Native. We're using YELP API. We're going to be using Redux. We're going to be using the Google API. And we're going to be using Firebase. So guys, if this was exciting, do you guys want to build this freaking app from scratch in just one day? Let me know in the comments. I actually want to start seeing it right now. Awesome. Beautiful. People are like, yo, let's go. Hirasa's like, nice design, bro. Bilal says, this is awesome. Excited. Humphrey, this is great, guys. I'm going to bring up some of your guys' comments here. Yo, this is awesome. Here we go. Let's hide this. Basit says, let's go. Nice. All right, guys. So we're going to be jumping right into it in just a second. But here are a couple of things that I do want to say, guys. So what we're going to be doing is we're actually launching a React Native Uber Eats clone challenge for you guys, okay? For you to enter this challenge is completely free. And here's what we're doing. Everybody's going to be getting prizes for this, okay? So what we want to do is we're going to be giving away $1,000. All right? And here's how this is going to work. First place who builds the best Uber Eats clone design. So you're going to basically watch what I'm doing, right? And then you're going to take it up a level. First place will actually get $600. Second place will get $300. All right. And third place will be giving away $100. So if you guys want to not only build this with us, but also have a chance to submit your project, get code review, and be likely to be able to win a position and get a prize. If you guys are excited about that, then make sure to actually click the description below, and we're going to send you all the details for the challenge, okay? And in order to be able to be part of the challenge, all you have to do is click the link below, opt in. It's completely free. And what it will also do is take you to our Discord community, okay? So this is our community of Discord. This will give you all of how you can actually join this challenge, how you can participate in it, and how you're going to win all of the prizes, okay? That's it. With that said, guys, let's go ahead and now start working on this build. Boom. So let's close this music here. All right, I'm going to queue up some nice music. Okay. And let's go into, now we're going to start going into the app itself, guys. Okay, hopefully everything is clear on how you guys can actually join the challenge. Okay, and I also want to show you this. So I will have this PDF available for you guys as well. Okay, and this PDF basically has everything about this project. Okay, let me just make this, let me just put this right here. So this PDF will have everything about the project for you guys. So this will have all the screens you're going to be building. So these are the 3 screens you guys are going to be building. This project also has all of the components you're going to be building. So for example, this one screen here, right? This one screen right here will have all of these components. So you guys are going to be building that, right? And then we have our view cart or the restaurant detail page. Those are all the components that go there. Let's go down. And then these are all the requirements and the download assets, okay? So you guys are also going to need access to certain images, certain files. We've put them here for you guys. What you need to actually get started and install Expo on your computer and get started with React Native, all of those instructions are here. What extensions we use are here, okay? So this is going to set you up to succeed for this project. And then all the challenge details are actually right below for you guys here. The deadline for when you guys submit all your Uber Eats clones will be September 24th, 11:59 p.m. So that's Friday, this upcoming Friday, midnight. All right. So all of those details are available for you guys. And again, all of this is free. All you have to do is just click the link below, join the challenge, Uber Eats clone challenge, and you will get access to all of this material for free. All right. Hopefully that's helpful for you guys, and it's awesome. Cool. All right, guys. With that said, we're actually just going to get started and we're going to start coding this thing up. Awesome. Okay, everything is going good. Yo, guys, this is awesome. We're up to 420 viewers. That is absolutely amazing. And let's keep rocking and rolling now. So here's what we're going to do, okay? We're going to get started from complete scratch. So one thing I want to show you guys is if you want to get started from complete scratch, here's the React Native website, official docs, okay, environment setup. And here's just a couple of things you need to know. You'll need to have Node installed. We're going to use the Expo CLI, so we're not going to use the React Native CLI. We're going to use Expo because it's much easier. And once you have Node installed, then all you need to do is just install the Expo CLI and you will be good to go. Okay, whichever one you want, NPM or Yarn, either are good. Okay, so React Native allows you to build mobile apps. Okay, and when you build this app, it pretty much uses code very similar to React, but what's cool is that your app will be useful for both iOS apps and Android apps. That's the powerful thing about using React Native. Cool. So that's what we need to do to get started. All right. With that said, we're just going to go ahead and now make a new project. Okay, so what I did is I just opened up my command line right now. Okay, let's go right there. And I'm going to go into my folder called GitHub. Okay, and here I'm just going to do npx create React native app like this. And I'm going to say Uber Eats clone live YouTube. You can call it whatever you want. You can just call it Uber Eats clone. That's totally fine. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit enter. Okay. I just want to make sure you guys can actually see this clearly. Okay, perfect. And I'm just going to hit enter. Now it's going to ask me, do you want to start with default or template? I'm going to pick template. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to choose blank. Beautiful. So it's installing. Awesome. This is amazing. I'm going to show your comments, your guys' comments on the screen too. In the meantime, Herpete says, I like to master all the techniques to become a developer. Absolutely. You need to be able to do that. What is the YELP API? YELP is a website that has all the data about restaurants, so you can actually pull the data from the YELP API, and so you can get all of the restaurant data, right? So for example, if I show you guys in a little bit more detail here, right, and I go a little bit slower for this app demo, you can see that all of these are actually being pulled, right? This is using the Google Places API to pull all the data about different places. So if I, for example, choose Santa Monica here and I click, it'll pick the Santa Monica city and everything gets updated, right? Now I can also filter between restaurants that offer pickup versus restaurants that only offer delivery. And then I can actually go inside of this and I can hit checkbox. So let's go back. Actually, let's refresh our app. Okay, so let's go here. Boom. Now I can checkbox and add items to cart, right? And when I hit, man, this demo is just being bizarre. Okay, so you guys see how the items are actually being added to the bottom. So that's what we want to be able to do. We want to consistently add these things to the cart. Okay, so then when we get taken to the checkout page, right, all of the information is there and all of our orders are actually placed. Another thing that you guys are going to be doing in here, and I want to show you guys this. So let me actually go right here and show you guys this, right? So we're going to be using Redux, and this is what we're actually using Redux for. So take a look at this. Redux will allow you to actually keep the state. So we're going to be able to see where we're currently at right now. Okay, and you'll be able to remove items, add items, and then we'll shoot them off to our Firebase. Okay, and then of course I'll also be showing you guys how to add all your items to Firebase, kind of like this, right? So I click an item, I hit checkout, and boom, it'll actually add it to the Firebase. So you'll be able to do that as well, because you'll be writing and reading data from your Firebase. Okay, so I'm going to open up my command line again, because now I believe my installation is done. So let's go here, refresh. My installation is done. Okay, and now we're going to open that up inside of our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so I'm just going to hit Command O. We're going to go to GitHub, Uber Eats, clone, live, YouTube, and I will hit open. Okay, so now we're going to start a completely new project from scratch. I'm going to go into my app.js, hit Command J. And in order to make sure you guys see everything clearly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a font zoom in and maybe another one. Okay, so now everything for you guys should be nice and clear. Boom, there we go. Okay, so this is now starting my app. So the trick that I do, guys, is I do yarn iOS. And the point of that is you can also choose to just do yarn start. I like to do yarn iOS because it directly opens up an iOS emulator, right? But if you want to use an Android emulator, just do yarn start, and then it'll show you on this screen that you can just actually click Android's emulator and it'll be good to go. Okay, awesome. Amazing. So we're going to be using the actual Redux, okay, for this. All right, so now this is good to go. Now we're going to close this off because this is now not connected to our server anymore. So let's go ahead and refresh. So when it says building JavaScript bundle at the bottom, that's a really good sign, because what that really means is it's actually now loading up the app, okay, and it's refreshing. Because sometimes with these apps, they can kind of get stuck. And actually use up a lot of space too on your computer. If I actually open up my activity monitor and show you guys, sometimes these iOS emulators just take up a crazy amount of space. It's kind of wild. Like 113 gigs of memory is currently being used, and I have 128. So I'm actually just going to close this thing. I'm just going to quit out of it for a second. I'm going to close this. Okay, so now my computer is starting to get the speed up a little bit again. Okay, I'm going to shut off my server and we're going to start it again. Okay, there we go. Nice, guys. Welcome to the stream. Thank you guys for being here, guys. We're already at over 500 likes. That is absolutely incredible. This build, I promise, is going to be really mind-blowing, okay? We're going to be doing this. We're going to be in this for a while, okay? So just stick with me here. Okay. So now our app is up and running. This is just kind of the default app. And what we're now going to work on, okay, is let me show you. We're now actually going to work on our header tabs component. So that's this component right here that you see on the screen. What I'll do is I'll just move it to the bottom here so you guys can kind of see it the whole time. But what I want is I want to basically add this component right there, okay? Because we're working on our home screen right now. So we're going to be building two things here, all right? So we're working on our home screen, right, which is this screen right here. And this screen has two multiple components, but one of them is this header tabs. Okay, so right now we're going to build this home.js, and we're going to build our header tab. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to make a new folder here. It's going to be called screens, right? And inside of screens.js, we're going to create a new file. It's going to be called home.js. And then we're going to make another folder, or actually inside of this folder, let's just do RNF, which is a nice shortcut. And I'll just say home for now. And then we'll make a new folder. This will be called components. And sorry, guys, I'm not going to be focusing too much on chat today. I'll be mainly focusing on this. So I apologize if I can't get to all your comments and questions, but my team will be there. Okay, I'll be just focusing on this mostly. So in my components, right, what do we want? We want this header tabs components. Beautiful. There we go. Okay. And now we'll just do the same thing here. RNF, tab, header tabs. Okay. Just giving it some random text right now. So I'm done making both of these components. Now I'm going to go to my app.js, and all I want to render here, instead of all of this, I actually just want to render my home screen. And let's auto-complete it. The benefit of auto-completing it and hitting enter is that I'll also import it. Now you guys can see that the home component is actually being rendered, and it's rendering home right there. Okay, so let's go back to our home component now. And instead of home, what we actually want here is we want to render header tabs. So let's hit autocomplete there. Okay. And now header tabs is actually being rendered, if you guys can see that. So, but it's actually being shown in the not safe area. All right, I just call it the dangerous area. So you don't want it in the dangerous area. You want it in the safe area, which means it'll show it where you can actually see things on the iPhone, not where your time is and stuff, right? So we're going to wrap this view instead of a view like this. We're going to say safe area view. Okay, safe area view. And now we got to make sure that we actually import it from the top like this. All right. And boom, there you go. So our header tabs, guys, is already looking, you know, not looking good, but it's there. So that's a start. Now we can actually start working on our header tabs. So when I think about my header tabs component right at the bottom, I think two buttons, which each have a text. So we're going to just go ahead and kind of create these like dummy buttons. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and create these dummy buttons. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say, boom. Okay. So I'm thinking header button. And then I'm going to also have another header button. Okay. So what I like to do is I like to think of components as, do they have subcomponents inside of them? So when I think of header tabs, it's one component, right? But it's made up of two buttons, and those buttons are actually like subcomponents in my mind. So instead of making a whole new file for these, we're just going to make them right here. All right. So let's just do const header button like this. Okay. And we'll just start it off being empty for now. And we'll just, let's have it actually return something. And for now, I'll just say text. And the text will simply say delivery. Okay, it'll be like hard-coded text. So now let's actually render our first button. So let's go header button. Boom. Whoa, that is crazy. I apologize, guys, but wow. Dennis, Ivy, thank you so much, brother. That is epic. Wow, guys, we just got a $10 donation by Dennis Ivy. Really, really, really appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you so freaking much, okay? Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's keep going, guys. Thank you. Let's keep going, guys. Thank you. What the fuck? Oh, damn. Now I'm demonetized. I just cursed. I apologize. Okay, cool. Just so much going on, right? I'm like all over the place. So I'm trying to interact, but I'm trying to also stay focused. So I apologize if I'm a little weird. That's the real reason for it. So great. Okay, now let's actually put this button and paste it. There we go. So we got two buttons. But buttons need a couple of things, right? They actually need a background color, they need a text. So let's work on that. So let's go ahead and I'm going to wrap this in a view. Actually, should I wrap this in a view, or I'm going to wrap? Yeah, let's actually wrap this in a view. That's fine. Let's wrap this in a view like this. All right. And each button, what I like to do is wrap it in some kind of like touchable opacity. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that as well. So I'm going to wrap this one in touchable opacity and hit enter so it auto imports it in a nice way at the top. All right, let's go down and we'll end this. There we go. Okay, so now we got delivery showing up. It's a button, so like if I click it, it does that little like weird highlighty thing, right? That's the point of touchable opacity. Another point of touchable opacity, so you can call an on press, because text itself doesn't have an on press method, but we want it to have an on press method, right? That's how we're going to be able to hit delivery and pick up, and it's going to switch which one has a black background. Okay. We're also going to need to keep track of states as well. So we're going to go ahead and do that in a second. But let's make this delivery thing a prop. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say that this takes in props. And then I'm going to say this. I'm going to say props dot. Let's give it props dot text. Okay. And then header button will actually take in text. And the first one will pass it delivery like this. And then this one will give it pickup. There we go. Whoops, I have to put it in a JSX, right? So I have to go like there. So now delivery and pickup are showing up. Now, another thing I notice is that it's showing up in a column instead of a row. So here's the thing for you guys, okay? In React Native, things by default show up in a column. So you have to actually do flex direction row in order to make them show in a row. And you also don't have to do display flex. So that's another thing for you to know. So let's go style. Actually, let's not wrap the buttons themselves in a style. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to remove this view from here. And I'm going to actually put this here. We're going to say style. Right. And for this style, we're going to say flex direction is row. Oops. And we're actually going to align self. And we're going to align them in the center like that. So now they're actually showing up where we want them to. Now we need to style our touchable opacity. Okay, so for example, we can give it a background color if we want it, right? So if we give it a background color of black, watch what happens. Boom. Now the reason why it's not showing up is because our text is now black, right? So it doesn't show up there. So let's see if we can give our text that color of white, so we can read it on there. Cool. Now, what else do these buttons need? So they're going to need a couple of other things, right? Let's actually give them a padding vertical. And give it a padding vertical of 6. Padding horizontal of 16. So this will make them fatter from the width, and vertical will make it fatter from like a height standpoint. Awesome. All right, so that's good to go. And now, of course, we're going to give it a border radius of 30. There. So they're starting to actually look more like regular buttons. Okay. So we gave it a border radius. And now let's go ahead and style our fonts a little bit more. So I'm going to say font size of 15. And then, of course, we're going to say font weight of 900. All right. So our fonts are starting to look better as well. But here's the thing, right? If we actually look at the final version, which is right here, if you see this, right? One has a black background while the other has a white background. One button has a white text while the other has a black text. So they're actually alternating colors, meaning that background color is not a hard-coded thing. It can dynamically change. Okay, so now actually let's give it a button color prop, and also notice text color can change as well. So that's dynamic as well. So we're going to give it a text color prop as well, right? So we can actually just start this one off with this one is going to have a background color of black, and the text, let's put this back down here and make it smaller so it doesn't get in our way. Okay. And then we're going to give this one a text color of white. All right. And because I'm lazy, I'm just going to do it this way. Boom. Okay. Now that I've made these props, now we need to actually pull this through props, right? So we can actually do props.button color. Okay. And I can also now do props.text color. Okay. So now they're actually showing up how we want them to show up. Okay. Now the next thing we need is we need to actually be able to do on click, and it should do something with this, right? When we on click, we should detect it. So what we need to do for that is we need to give our touchable opacity an on press. But first, before we do this, remember, we need to manage these states now. So whenever you need to manage a state that needs to be rendered on the UI and get updated, so when I click pickup, the background of that becomes black. Whenever I'm thinking of a state needing to be updated visually, I'm thinking of using useState hooks in React. Okay? I hope you were thinking of that too. Okay? Sometimes, occasionally, I'll break out of the fourth wall and point to you like this and make sure that you are also following along and you know what we're doing. And if you're a beginner, that's totally okay. All right? And you're falling behind and you're like, what is this? That's totally okay too. This is, guys, this is years in the making. So don't give up hope. You're fine. I love your beautiful face. And let's get back to it, okay? Hey, some motivational content in there too. Come here for the code, stay for the life lessons. Beautiful. So now we're actually going to keep track of this state, right? So we're going to say const, all right? And we're going to do active tab. And then we're going to do set active tab. And let's do useState. Let's go here and import it from React. And then I'm going to basically give it a state of delivery in the start. Okay, so by default, it's going to be delivery. Okay, and then I'm going to make it so we pass the state now. So let's do active tab, right, is whatever the active tab is. And then the set active tab will be the set active tab hook. Set active tab hook. There we go. All right. So now this button here is pretty much good to go. I don't want to write all of that, so I'm just going to paste it over to that second button. Okay. And then the only things that I might need to change is this to white, this to black. Okay, cool. Now what we're going to do is all of this information, guys, is being passed through props. So you'll be able to do props.active tab and get access, props.set active tab and get access. So what we're going to say is on press, right? Whew, that autocomplete is really helpful. Guys, this is GitHub Copilot, and I can't tell you how much I am in love with with GitHub Copilot. Like, it is the nicest extension I've ever gotten. Let's go here. Where is it? Right here. So, I don't know if you have access to this or not, but I do, and oh my God, it is so freaking smart. It's ridiculous. Like, you can write in code, like get total, like fetch tweets from Twitter, and it will actually write the whole asynchronous code, get the fetch request, write the use effect. It's ridiculous. So I'm I love this, and it's very intelligent. You'll see during this project the things that it suggests, you'll be pretty blown away by it. Okay, let's keep going. Wow. All right, cool. So we got this, right? We're gonna on press. What we're doing here is we're just changing what the active tab is based on the text of the button that I'm clicking on. Cool. All right, and now all we need to do, right, for the background color is the background color is going to be black based on which one you have selected. That's it, okay? So background color is going to be black if you've selected this, and if you've selected this, this is going to be background black. So let's go ahead and work on that. Oh, this one, let's call it pickup. I forgot to do that. All right. So now we're going to actually do conditional stuff here. So I'm going to say props.activeTab. If it's whatever the text is, then what I actually want you to do is give me black. Otherwise, give me white. Boom. So let's click this. And this is an interesting bug, right? So if you want to even pause here and fix this bug, you totally can. I mean, I know right now it's live, so don't do that. I need watch time. Okay. But, you know, maybe just have it playing in the background and then go work on this if you want. But what's actually happening here is when I select this one, the text of this button changes to white or stays white, and the text of this button is still black. So because this has a black background, the text is invisible. Now this has a white background, text is invisible. So we need to actually alternate the text color too based on whichever one is active. So it's going to be pretty much the same thing, but it's just going to be alternating. That's it, right? So when I say alternating, white or black. Okay. And anytime you see this weird question mark stuff like this is just if-else statements, but written really nicely. These are called ternaries. Are these ternary operators? I think so. But they're really nice, right? So if this is true, then give me this. Otherwise, give me this. So much nicer than writing these giant if-else blocks. Okay, beautiful. All right, all right, all right. So there we go. Now I can switch to delivery and I can switch to pickup and everything works as expected, right? And now our thing is looking a lot similar to what we have here, HeaderTabs.js. So guys, if you enjoyed making your first component with React Native, or at least just you watching it get built and you enjoyed how it was explained, smash that like button. Let's get this video out, guys, and let's help a ton of people in the world become developers. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling, and let's work on our new component now. All right, what's our new component, you ask? Well, thanks to David. Guys, give a huge shout out to David because he helped build all these amazing assets that I'm actually using to show this build. Like, they're so freaking cool. While Amanat was sleeping. No, I'm kidding. Amanat helped a ton. Amanat helped a ton. He's incredible. So show a lot of love to him, guys. He set up the whole challenge, the whole Discord for it. So make sure you show him love. All right. So remember, these are the components we're going to be building for the home page. Yeah. So the one that we actually want right now is this one right here. This is the search bar that we're going to be building next. Okay. So first, it's actually not going to have like this Google autocomplete functionality right in the start, but we'll add that later. So now let's actually work on this search bar component. So I'll put that right there so you guys can easily see it. Okay, and let's work on it. Let us work on it. All right, so when I'm thinking about this, so we're done with this, I believe. Yeah, I think we're done with this. Okay. Let's actually go to our home.js, and there's something I want to do. I want to make the entire thing gray. All right, so let's actually wrap this in a view, and we're gonna do a couple of things. All right, so in our safe area view, I'm just gonna say style, and we're gonna say give me a background color of gray. And because I'm cool, instead of saying gray, I say hashtag E. All right, if you're using Tailwind CSS is much nicer, right? You'll write BG gray and 300 or something. So what we want is we want a background color, but it's not taking over the whole screen. So the trick to do that is just do flex 1, and that'll like take over all the remaining space, and now the entire thing is gray, right? But we want this component here to actually be wrapped in. We want this component here to actually be wrapped inside of white padding, or white, okay? So we're going to do that. So this view right there, we're actually going to give it a style. And we're going to say background color of this, and I'll say white. And then we're going to give this a padding of 15 like this. Beautiful. There we go. If you guys, by the way, if you want source code or any of that stuff, join the challenge. And once you join the Uber Eats clone challenge, you will actually get access to all of the source code for this as well. Okay. Okay. Whoa, we got another donation? Damn, son. Wow. Yo, thank you so much. This is amazing. I need to show this the right way. Damn, Dennis Ivy says, not easy coding with thousands of people watching. Good work. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. Really love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, and then like everything starts going wrong, right? Cool, beautiful. Oh, and dope, man. Shout out to Dennis, guys. Apparently he's a YouTuber with 130,000 subscribers and he's teaching Python and Django. So go follow his channel if you want to learn Python and Django. And maybe we could do some collabs too, because I love Python and Django as well, even though it's been a minute since I've used it, but I love Python. But anyways, so let's keep rolling here. So we got the padding, right? And we're showing our thing. Now what we need to do is we need to move on to the next thing, which is our search bar. So let's actually start working on our search bar component. So the first thing we're going to start off with is let's install a couple of things, okay? So first thing we're going to need is we're going to yarn add, and we're going to do React Native, and I'm going to say vector icons, okay? And I want to make sure you guys can see it clearly. So we're going to just zoom in here. Okay, and I'm gonna even hide myself for a second. So that's the command. All right, yarn add React Native vector icons, just like this, and hit enter and install this. And then the second thing we're actually gonna install is gonna be the Google Place completed thing. Okay, we're gonna just change up the songs. That was getting a little annoying. All right, cool. So we've installed this, right? Now the next thing we're actually going to get, can we do clear? Beautiful. There we go. Next thing we're going to actually install is do yarn add. And we're going to do React Native, Google Places, autocomplete. Do not misspell this. And I'll show you where you can actually copy this from too and install this. Okay, so I'll show you that in a second. So while that's installing, I'm going to bring myself back. And we're going to get to showing you guys where I'm getting this from. Hey. All right, there we go. All right, so there's a thingy called Google Places Autocomplete React Native. So now we're going to be using the Google API to be able to do this. Okay, so this is going to be a really fun thing to do. So just type that in. All right, click the first link that comes up. And if you want to do yarn install or npm install, it's up to you. Here's the commands for how you can do it. Right, there are the commands. And this is what allows you to build nice little search bars, okay? And once you add the API code, it adds all of this, okay? Super easy, super nice to use, really popular as well, 24,000 weekly downloads with React Native, so use it. Cool. Okay, so we're installed with vector icons as well, okay? And why we needed the vector icons, by the way, is because it has font awesome, it has evil icons, it has ionicons, it has all of the icons that we need bundled into one nice thing, right? Instead of having to go and download each of these packages separately. So now we're done with that installation. Now we're gonna add the search bar right here. Okay, so let's go search bar. Okay, now it's gonna freak out. It's gonna be like, no, I cannot find the variable search bar. That's okay, no problem. Let's go into components. It's because we just need to make this a component, okay? So inside of components, I'm gonna add a new file, SearchBar.js, like this. Cool. And then all we wanna do is RNF for just to start it off with, hit tab, and we'll just say search bar right here. Hit save. We're gonna come back to our home. Now here's a trick that I'm gonna do. Because it's not imported. I'm just gonna hit backspace on this. So delete that character, and I'm just gonna write R again. And now it's suggesting an autocomplete. Hit enter, and now it's importing. Great. There we go. So our search bar component is now actually being rendered. That's exactly what we want. Now I'm gonna hold command and click it. So it's gonna take me to the search bar component. And now we're gonna actually just start building our search bar component. Okay. So we don't need this. We just need a view. Okay, and inside of here, we're actually going to put Google Places autocomplete, hit enter, and make it a self-closing tag. That's it. All right. Where is the error? I don't really see any error. Just refresh. The hack to refreshing is just click your command line at the bottom right here and then just hit R. Or you cannot see that arrow. So make another arrow right here and just hit R. That'll take care of it. Okay. So I have this. Now I'm going to do placeholder and let's do search. And look at that. It's already showing up. Okay. It's still looking a little funny, but it's showing up. So that's a really good sign. Now let's give it a styling. So we're going to say style margin top. So let's give it some margin. Beautiful. And let's give it a flex direction of row. And the reason is because I'm going to be putting like icons next to it. Okay. So there's going to be like a filter icon here. And then there's going to be another icon to the right and another icon to the left. So I want to make sure they all stay nicely in a row instead of all the icons going down here like a column. Okay. And React Native is by default a column. Cool. All right. And now we're going to just style the bar. Okay. And the hack that I'm actually using, to change, to style this is really what the documentation gives me. Okay. So when I go to the documentation, it's like, hey, how do I change the default style, right? So let's go here. And this is the default styling that it actually comes with. So now I want to be able to override it. So if I do styles, if I do text input or text input container, it'll actually allow me to change the styling of this this bar. Okay, so I can just pass it in through props. Boom. There we go. All right, so let's go styles, and we're gonna do text input. All right, and then let's do background color. And we'll give it a background color of gray. There we go. And then right underneath this, we're going to give it a border radius of 20. So starting to look nice. Let's give it a font weight of 700. Awesome. Okay. And then let's give it a margin top of 7. Nice. Great. And then let's go down here and we're going to do text input container. Okay. And I'll show you why we're doing this. Let's give it a max, pretty much max out the border radius here. Let's give it a flex direction of also row. And then we'll give it align items. Let's go center, not align content. I want to do align items. And then let's give it a margin right of 10. Okay. And what this margin does here is it gives me just enough space to add my filter icon to the right there. Okay. So that's why I'm adding that margin, right? Let's do it again. Okay. And now, thanks to the docs, this is why docs are super helpful. If you read the docs, it now gives you ways on how you can actually have a button to the left of this component and to the right of this component. So you don't have to do a lot of fancy stuff. You can actually just pass it a prop, not styles. So make sure you're outside of styles and go here. And then we're going to actually give it a render left button. Okay. And that's how this is going to look. So render left button. And it's going to be very simple. Okay. It's going to be a view. All right. And this view is actually going to contain an Ionicons icon. You're going to do Ionicons. And name is going to be location sharp. And then size is going to be 24. Boom. Now it's like, hey, I cannot find this. Not a problem at all. We just go up here. We're going to say import Ionicons from React Native Vector Icons slash Ion icons like this. And now it'll have gone and imported, okay? So there we go. Our icon is actually showing up to the left here. That's what we wanted. And now all we want to do is just give it a little margin. So let's go margin left, 10. There we go. Now it's not touching the bar so much. Okay. And just like this same hack we're going to do, and we're actually going to render a right button. Okay. And remember, what our right button needs to look like is if I zoom into this, you can see on the right-hand side, so on the left-hand side is a little pin, but on the right-hand side, actually, there's that search little box so that search box has text search, and then it also has a ant design icon, that little clock that you see. So that's what we're going to building right now. Let's leave that at the bottom right there. Let's get outside of this component, and I'm simply going to say render right button, and we'll do pretty much the same thing. Okay, and then inside of this render, let's just say text search. Sometimes I like to start like fully inside out. Okay, and now that text actually needs to be wrapped in a view, right? And then we need to actually style that view like this. Great. All right, and now in that view, we actually need to style it, right? So let's go style. And we're going to say, we're going to give it a flex direction of row. Let's actually add let me remove this just so you can see the full styling and how it works. So let's add in the ant design icon here as well. So I'm going to do ant design. I'm going to give it a name of clock circle. Size 11. Okay. So not going to do any styling right now, just so you guys can see this entire thing. So now we got to import it. So let's do ant design, and let's go here and let's do ant design. Let's go back. And so you guys can now see it's right there. Okay. So now you'll start seeing, I'm going to start styling it. So first of all, give it flex direction row, already looking better. Yeah. Let's give it margin right of 8. Let's give it a background color of white. Okay. And for any of you who are like, hey, are we going to add any backend functionality? Yes, we will. Okay. So right now we're working on the front end functionality. We'll also be adding Redux, and we'll be adding Firebase, right? So keep in mind, this is the entire tech stack. React Native, we're going to be using the YELP API. So you guys are going to see that in a second. We're going to be getting to Redux soon as well. And of course, the Google API and then Firebase. Okay. So just chill. We're going to be hitting all of these things. Don't worry. So let's go inside of background color. Let's give it a padding of 9. And what I want to do is also give it a border radius. And that way it'll make it like nice rounded corners. And then let's do align items, because that clock right now is looking a little weird. So there. Okay. Now the clock and the search text are too close to each other. So I'm just going to say margin right. And actually, let's give it a style here. And let's go margin right 6. There we go. Beautiful. So now, guys, we are good with this. Let's type it in here. Santa Monica, Hollywood. So the search bar is good to go. The only thing is that autocomplete functionality is not working, okay? And remember, I told you guys that. So that search bar is good, but that autocomplete functionality is not working. We're going to add that later, okay? Just because I don't want you to, because we're going to have to pull up the Google API, and that's where oftentimes people get lost. So I don't want you to get lost on that yet. I'm going to show you later how to do that, but it's going to be very easy. It's pretty much going to be like one line of code and it's going to be working. Okay. So we're done with the search bar. Guys, this is pretty sick. Yeah. We are done with the header tabs and we're done with the search bar, right? So we're done with these two components so far. You guys are doing absolutely a great job. Thank you guys for watching this. So it's amazing. And now let's actually move on to our next component, which is not going to be header tabs and not going to be the search bar. And now this is actually going to be our categories component. Okay, that's gonna go right underneath here inside of the app. All right, so let's go ahead and work on that. Boom. Hey. Okay, so I'm gonna put this categories component actually outside of this white padding. Okay, and we're gonna say categories like this. It's gonna be like, what are you talking about? It doesn't exist. It's okay. We're gonna make a new component. It's gonna be called Categories.js. All right, and in here, I'm just gonna say RNF save tab categories. Okay, just so it will show up in just a second. Let's go back to our home.js. I'm gonna remove the S character and then type in S again. It will suggest me this autocomplete. I will hit enter and it will auto import at the top. And now we have categories. Beautiful. Currently waiting for CocoaPods to install. Okay. Why Firebase, not SQL? Because Firebase is a lot easier. Okay. And I'll take your guys' questions at the end too. But awesome. We're almost at 900 likes. This is great. So yeah, let's go here. So this categories component is now being pulled up. Now guys, for this one, you're going to need assets. All right. So for you guys, what we've done is we have given you the assets folder, right? So remember this PDF, which you can actually get access to. This PDF has all of the pages that you need. Right? So this PDF has all of the pages that you guys need, all of the screens. Okay. And if I go down here, this will even link you to where you can get your API keys. But the things that you guys are going to need are all the assets. So all of those assets are going to be right here under the downloads. Okay. So get all of the assets. This is going to be images, icons, animations. You're going to need those. You're going to need all of those for this project. Okay. Awesome. So I'm going to make a new folder and it's going to be called assets. And inside of my assets folder, what I'm going to do is I'm pretty much just going to like copy paste all the assets into there. All right. So I'll show you guys what I'm doing. Okay. So here's my icons folder, images folder, and animations folder that I already had pre-prepared. And I'm just bringing it here into assets and just dropping it like that. Okay. So now my assets folder should have three things inside of it: images, icons, and animations. You probably are not going to need the icons, but you're definitely going to need the animations and you're going to need the images. Okay. So there we go. Beautiful. Now, here's what we're going to do. Let's go back to our categories. We're going to hard code some data up here. Okay, and I'm not going to type it all out by hand. I mean, I guess I'll write the first one out by hand. And then the rest, I'll kind of just like paste here real quick. So items is going to be this. Okay, it's going to be, we're going to get our image asset like this. And we're going to get our shopping bag. And it's a PNG file. So what's this shopping bag PNG file? It's this one right here. Where is it? Shopping bag PNG. Okay. Notice in categories, the first icon is that pickup one. Okay. So that's why you need that. All right. Let's go back. Categories. And my shortcut that I'm using is for you guys going to be Command PP, but for me it's Command EE because that's much better than Command P. It'll make your life a lot better, okay, if you do it that way. Promise you. And for text, I'm just going to say pick up. Now I'm going to need to hard code the data for all of the other categories items the same way, just like this. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to like paste that in real quick. Okay. So this will get me my bakery items. All right. I'll get my fast food items and I'll get my soft drinks. I missed soft drinks, so let's add that right there. There we go. So we got our pickup, soft drinks, bakery items, and fast foods, right? That lines up with what we have here down here in our categories component. So cool. We got all this data and we got all the images that we're going to need. Now let's go ahead and start working on this. So let's put an image right here. Let's make it a self-closing tag. And let's give it a source. And for source, I'm actually going to say items of 0. Yo, we're at over 900 likes, guys. That's sick. So I'm going to say items of 0 and get me the image from that. Okay. And what we're going to do is, yeah, so that should be good to go there. Now it doesn't know what image is, so we just have to import it. So remember the hack. You can remove that character, write it again. It will suggest it. Don't autocomplete the first one because that's just some random variable thing. Go down. It actually says React Native. Hit enter, and this will auto import it in the right place. There we go. Now our image is actually showing up. But that's not what we want because our image is too big. That's what she said. All right, so let's go down here in style, and we're going to go width 50, height 50, and we're going to give it a resize mode. Actually, for height, I'm going to give it 40 because the other 50 is too big. And for resize mode, I'm going to give it contain, and that just makes it like crispy. Okay, it makes it like pixel perfect. Awesome. Now underneath it, what I want is I want a text. Actually, let's get out of this image component. And I want a text, and that text needs to actually say pickup. Okay. Now you'll notice that the text on this component looks different than our text, right? So we need to actually, what that means is we need to style our text so it looks like that. So let's give it a style. Font size 13, and we'll give it a font weight of 900. Okay. And then for this, I'm also going to get the text dynamically. So let's go ahead and let's do items of 0 dot text. All right. Items of 0, guys, is just getting me this item. And then when I do items of 0 dot image, it gets me this. Items of 0 dot text gets me this. All right. I mean, technically it's this when I do dot text, or actually that. All right. So there we go. But now what happens if I literally copy this and I paste this? Let's hit save. It shows in a weird way, right? We don't want that. So what we want to actually do is we want to actually give it a horizontal thingy. All right. So what does that mean? Let's wrap this in a scroll view and hit complete. So it will auto import it, and we will actually give it horizontal. And let's go scroll view like this. Make sure you import it from React Native right there. There we go. And now it's showing up in a horizontal way. So that's good, but it's still not exactly what we want. Yeah. So let's wrap this image up in a view now. Boom. Okay, so now it's doing a good job of showing what we needed. What we needed to show. Let's give it a style. Let's go align items. We'll go center. There we go. So what it did is it just centered that image a little bit more. And we'll give it a margin right of 30. That's just so like the other item, when I add it, it's not too close to each other. They're like actually separated out. Okay. So there you go. Now if I actually keep pasting that inside of that scroll view, they're going to keep showing up. I don't want you to do this right now. That's the silly way of doing this because we're going to actually write a loop. But this is just me doing this so I can show you that the horizontal scroll thing is working. And those animations for some reason are like really heavy on my computer. Okay. And if you guys look all the way at the bottom of this of my screen, you will see that there's a navigation bar that's showing up. We don't want that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way to the top, and in the scroll view, we're going to say show horizontal scroll view, and we're just going to say false. All right. So now when I scroll it, notice that that bar does not show up anymore at the bottom. Perfect. Okay. And I'm also going to delete all my additional images because this is not how we code. There we go. Okay, awesome. And lastly, we're going to wrap the entire thing. Okay. Let's actually do that one at the end. For now, let's actually write our loop, right? So what we need to do is we need to wrap this entire thing in a loop. So sometimes what I like to do is I just go loop starts here, loop ends here. And this is just so you can visually know where the looping will begin, where it'll end, so you don't make a mistake in where you're writing your code. And so I'll open this up here and we'll go items.map, give me the item, get me its index. And we'll do this, yeah? And I'll take this and I'll paste this right underneath the view. So now I'm closing it. Okay, now I don't need those comments anymore. They're gone. So now we're looping through this, and you can see that the loop is working because it's giving me as many items as there are in the array. Okay, but what it's doing is it keeps giving me the 0th item image and then the 0th item text. Yeah, so all we need to do to make it dynamic now, so it can pull the data dynamically, is instead of items of 0, we just go item. And all the images are good. And we do the same thing here, and all the text is good. It's because I'm already getting all the data from here. Now it's going to give you this little error thing, right? So if I actually hit refresh, it's going to give you this error thing, and it's going to be say each child should have a unique key. So all we need to do is pass it a key and give it the index. That's why we got the index earlier. Now that error goes away. Okay. And last but not least, we need to wrap this entire thing in a view now. Just put that right there. And we need to give this a styling. So let's go style. And we'll do margin top of 5. Background color of white. Padding vertical. Okay, we want to add a little bit of padding to this, guys. And then also let's give it padding left of 20. There you go, guys. Now it actually is looking a lot better than it was before. And I can scroll and I can do all of this stuff. Beautiful. So I hope you guys are enjoying this, guys, because we just knocked our third freaking component out the park. Hey, let's go. Hopefully you guys are loving it. We're super close to hitting the 1,000 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 1,000 likes by the time we're done building our next component. So our next component, guys, we're done with categories. So our next component is not going to be categories, is going to be restaurant item. That's our next component, right? And that's going to sit right here. This is where we're going to show all the restaurant items, right? One by one by one. So let's take a look and study this component first. What are we trying to build? This is what you guys need to do whenever you guys are like coding, right? You need to spend time on what it is that you're actually doing, because oftentimes you will start coding, have no idea what the heck you're trying to build or doing, and then you'll just be confused what's happening. Yeah, almost at 1,000 likes. Exactly. So you're gonna be like, what am I trying to do, right? So here's what I want you to notice. What do you notice when you see this, right? When I see this, I see one component, but it has sub-components inside of it. So at the top, what I see is that I have food image. So let me actually make this a little bit smaller. Okay. And what I see is I have food image. That's part 1 of this component. Okay, let's go food image. The next part of this component that I see is food info. All right. And the info part is the bottom part. That's the part that actually contains the ratings, right? And then the image is the part that contains the image and that little heart icon that you actually see to the top right of the image as well. All right. So I see two subcomponents like that. Okay. And then the food info part, what I see is that I have this like title part where it will give me the title of Farmhouse Kitchen Thai Cuisine. I see the little description part that says 30 to 45 minutes wait time. And then I see this rating part that says rating of 4. And that has like a little background color, a border radius of gray. You guys see that, right? The little 4. So that's what we're building. So guys, tell me, isn't this a nicer way to start building your component, right? Like do it like this first and then start writing the code. I promise your code will feel 10 times easier. Okay. So if you agree with that, let me know in the comments, but let's keep going. Great. So I'm going to just remove all of this from the screen. And let's put that at the bottom right here. Restaurant item. Okay. So yes, I believe we're done with the categories component right now. And now we're going to work on the next one, okay? Let's take a look. Awesome. We're going to work on the restaurant component now. Awesome. So one thing that we're going to do is let's go back to our home screen. Yeah. And we're going to wrap this in a scroll view. So import it. And then we're just going to say shows vertical false. And by default, guys, it's a vertical scroll. So let's do scroll view. Awesome. Okay. And this is going to be helpful for later when we add our restaurants. We want to be able to like scroll like this. Okay. And we want this to go up too. We don't want it to like stay there the whole time, right? So when we scroll, we want that to just go away and stop bothering us. Okay, so let's actually work on our restaurant component now. So what I'm going to do is I will say restaurant item and leave it here and wait for my app to crash. That's okay. We're going to now make a new component. And what is it called, guys? We can see it at the bottom left of the screen. Even if you're watching the recorded version, I know you're on this live, so that's perfect. But even if you're watching the recorded version of this, just be answering these questions. Stay engaged. Stay active. That's how you are going to be able to build this muscle. Not just keep watching people build amazing stuff. Okay, that's not the freaking point. That's not how you will get better. Okay, so don't just sit here and watch. Oh, this is so cool. I don't care about it being cool. I care that you build it, you add it to your portfolio, and you get the job. So for you to do that, you need to stay active and be answering these questions, right? So it's like, what component do I build? See the thing at the bottom and be saying it. Oh, restaurant item is the next one you're going to build. Cool. So we're going to build this restaurant item. Tab, save, come here, and I'm going to say restaurant item. Okay, let's go back to our home.js. And now I'm going to remove this M, add it again, wait for the autocomplete suggestion, hit enter, it should auto import it. And now restaurant item is showing up on the screen. That's what we wanted. Cool. Now let's actually work on our restaurant item component. Nice. We got Amana to drop in a donation. Let's go. Awesome. Humberlow says, I agree. Divide it into small components. It will be easier. Yes, exactly. Piyush says, I'm a backend developer, but still watching all videos because I enjoy it. Awesome. These still are valuable skills, my man. And if you go from backend to full stack, you're even more valuable. So I think it's awesome to learn these skills. Thank you for the donation, Amanath. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling here. So I'm going to go and add two things here, right? So again, like I said, what I see here is a restaurant image. And the next thing I actually see is restaurant info. Okay, so these in my mind are subcomponents that I want to build out. So let's go ahead and build out these components now. So let's do const like this. Okay. And let's go image. Let's make it self-closing. And I'm just going to give it a... So now I'm going to give it an actual image. So now for you guys, right, just go online somewhere and grab literally any image. So I'll show you what this image actually is and how you guys can also grab your own image. Paste it. Boom, right there. Okay. So, and then we'll give it a styling as well. So you guys can actually then see it soon enough. So let's go give it a styling. We're going to go width of 100%. And we're going to go height of 180. And then now all I'm going to do is just uncomment this out. And of course, let's import image. And boom, our image is showing up. So this is just a random image that I have. Just make sure whatever image you get, it's wide enough. So, you know, literally you can just Google restaurant image. Right, like this. Go to literally any image. And just right click the image and do copy image address. That's the secret. Okay. So like, don't get something vertical because that's going to look weird. Just get something that's nice and is wide. Just right click this, copy image address, right? Paste it and double check. Okay, it looks good. Okay? Or you can even click into it and then right click here. Actually, I recommend that. Click into it, then right click here, grab the image address. And now when you actually paste it, it's going to look really good like this. Okay, so that's the secret to grabbing images really quickly. So paste a restaurant image right there. Okay, showing up. So we want, and now we want that white heart icon to show up right there. So let's work on that now. Okay, so that's going to need to be in a touchable opacity, and it's going to give me an error actually in just a second. So I'll show you that error. So let's go touchable opacity. We'll close this, and now it's expecting to be wrapped in a parent element. So we're just going to wrap it in empty JSX fragments. Oh, this needs to be outside of the image. There we go. Okay. And now we are going to give this a material community icons, because we're literally just making an icon. So it's going to be a heart outline. That autocomplete was so smart, right? You guys saw that? That was awesome. And then we're going to give it 25, and then we're going to give it a color. And the color is just going to be white, or commit hashtag FFFFFFF. There we go. So now it doesn't know what material icons are. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly sneak peek at my search bar, copy this, come back to my restaurant items, and I'm just going to paste this so I don't have to write a lot. And then we're going to do community material icons, right? That's, or wait, material. Damn, I should have just copied this. So let's copy this, let's paste it on there, and let's paste it on here. Okay, great. Now the reason why you're not seeing it is because it actually needs a position absolute, because it's invisible right now. So we're going to do position, and we're going to give it absolute, and then we're going to give it right of 20 and it top of 20, and you guys can see that now it's showing up in the right place. Okay, that's what we wanted. Now if I click it, it has a little effect. It's detecting that it's actually being clicked. Yeah, and I can scroll up and down. So that is that's good. That's good. Now we still need to have our restaurant info component figured out, right? And then we need to have that. So let's go ahead and make our subcomponent right now. Yeah, this is very good. Okay, so let's work on this now. And if any of the music or anything is bothering you guys, just let me know and I can replace it. Yo, this is awesome. This stream is awesome. Okay. And for the restaurant info, now I'll just add in some dummy text for now. Or actually, let's just add in the text that we saw earlier, right? So let's go text and make it what it actually is. Farmhouse, kitchen, Thai cuisine. Hopefully you guys can still see that. It's not too small. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger, like this. Okay, so you guys can see that text. And now we'll, you know, before it starts complaining, let's actually just wrap it in a view, because I think we're going to need that at some point, right? There we go. The other text I actually see is that 30 to 45 minute wait thing, right? So let's go 30 to 45 minute wait. And to make that little icon, this little dot thing, what I just did is I hit option 8. For you guys, it might be something different, okay? 30 to 45 minutes. And then, of course, the last one is going to be that rating text, right? So let's go here. And for the rating, I'm going to give it a rating of 4.5. Now let's just uncomment this out. There we go. It's showing up. Now what we want is this 4.5 thing to show up to the right. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually make this flex direction row. Flex direction row. There we go. Now let's actually go and give it justify content, and we'll do space between. Boom. So 4.5 is showing up where we want it to. Okay. Let's go align items, and we'll give it center like this. And then we'll go margin top, and we'll give it a 10. So the 4.5 is showing up where we want it to, but the 30 to 45 minute thing, is that showing up where we want it to? Not really. That needs to show up actually right below where it says farmhouse kitchen type cuisine, right? So the hack that we're actually going to do is we're going to wrap these two inside of its own view, because by default, this is column based, right? So it actually puts it in a column. And then this entire thing is actually row based. So then it puts this other view in you know, all the way to the right. Okay. So now let's actually go ahead and style all of these texts. So we're going to style the farmhouse text. So we'll do style, and we'll do font size 15, font weight, bold. There we go. So this looks a lot better. And let's style this one as well. And we're going to do font size 13, and then color, we'll just do gray. There we go. So now that's added that nice little touch where it's looking like it's almost hidden. And now we're just going to style our 4.5 guy. Okay, so let's give it a background color. Oops. I put it in an array. I meant to put a squiggly there. Okay, I've completely botched this one, so let's actually take it back. I even misspelled style. Jesus. What the heck? All right, here we go. So let's go background color, and we'll go like this. Let's go height of 30. Let's go width of 30. Right. The reason why it's not showing up is I'm styling the view, which you cannot do. So I am stupid. I apologize. What we need to actually do is we need to wrap this text inside of a view. Okay. And now we'll give it that styling. Okay. And then let's take the closing tags and wrap it in there. There we go. Okay. Still not doing what we wanted to do. Let's hit refresh. Cool. Background color gray, height of 30. Okay. Awesome. And then let's give it a align items as well. Align items, we'll do center. Okay. And then let's do border radius on this thing, and we'll give it a 15. Okay, why is this thing not freaking making a circle? Let's see. View, it's wrapped in it. I've styled it. If I've misspelled something, let me know, guys. Background color, height. That all looks good to me. Width looks good to me. Align items. this text, I mean, honestly, to my eyes, that looks great. I do not see why it's bugging out. Let's hit refresh. I'm gonna kill the server and start it again. So I'm just killing the server right now. We'll kill the app as well. And let's do yarn iOS. Weird. It's deciding for some reason to just not style. Damn, this dude on fire. Yo, let's go. Oh, did I miss something? Somebody said you missed views. Huh. So I have a parent view, which everything is wrapped inside of. So that's good. Right. And then I have this view that has... What? What in the world? It's really bizarre, guys. Like, it's doing some of the styling too. I just saw it. Like, some of the styling is working. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's background. Yeah, okay. So the whole background is actually white. There we go. That's why. That's why. Because the whole background is actually gray, right? So it's not going to look gray. There we go. Woo. We're Gucci, guys. We're Gucci. Now let's just justify content in the center as well. Boom. Now if I give it white, it should look the way we want it to. Okay. But we're not going to give it white. We're going to just leave it as what it was. Okay. And it's because we actually need to make the entire thing white. So we'll do that in a second. Okay. So we're good with restaurant info as well. Now we just need to wrap the entire thing and give it some padding. Okay. So we'll do it in this way. So this style, the view, we're going to give it a style of margin top. Let's give it 10. Nice. So now it's separated out from the category section. So that touch alone already helps. Let's give it a padding of 15. Boom. And now we're going to give it a background color of white. Yeah, let's go. That's what we're talking about, guys. That looks a lot better now. All right, cool. Okay, and then the last touch we want to add to this really is just wrap it in touchable opacity. So let's go ahead and wrap it in touchable opacity. Okay, it was already imported. Nice. And what I want to do is I'm going to give it... So right now when I click it, watch what happens. It does that flashy thing. So we don't want this to do that flashy thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to actually give it an active opacity of 1. Right? So now when I click it, it doesn't do that flashy thing. If I give it an active opacity of 0.5, it will now do that flashy thing. Right? Okay. So 1. And then we'll say style. And I'm going to give it margin bottom of 30. Meaning that when I add in new images, they have a healthy margin bottom. Right? So they're like separated out from each other. Okay, awesome, guys. So when it comes to the restaurant item component, right? If we go to home.js, now let's paste some more items here. Let's see how they look. Nice. See, isn't it so nice? Once you actually build a component, then it's so easy to use it, right? You just copy this, you paste this, and this restaurant item component is just this right here. Okay, like literally, right? Like for those of you guys visual, this line of code gives me that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Hey, the body needs white. Yes, thank you guys for the help. I see it now. Nice. This is cool. Okay, so guys, we're done with the restaurant item component. Now, the next component that we actually need, right, is to actually it's not component related. It's so we can actually start pulling real data from the Yelp API, because right now this is still hard-coded data. Yeah, so we're gonna actually start working on that in just a second. So let's go ahead and work on this now. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, okay? Let's go to restaurant item. All right, and I'm gonna just paste in some hard-coded data. All right, so this is gonna be like some hard-coded data. Just bear with me here, guys, and we'll work through this, okay? So here we go. I'm gonna paste this. So this is just the data for local restaurants. All right, so we got this restaurant. We got this restaurant right here, and so just two, so it's an array of objects. Okay, so let's close off this. Right, so it's just an array of objects, and each object, right, is representing a restaurant. So we got Beachside Bar, we got Benihana's, and they have their own images with them as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna like copy this one right here, and we'll just paste this one again. So I'll do this and paste it again. And we'll just call this like another restaurant, right? So let's just say India's Grill. That's an awesome restaurant that I actually love going to. Yes, so dope. It's in Beverly Hills. It's so sick. It's awesome. All right. So there we go. So we just have these 3 restaurants, and I'm going to give it, let's just make up some reviews for this. Rating is 4.9. It's not too expensive, actually. Okay. And then for category, I can just say Indian. Okay. Okay, great. So that's it. So this is just some hard-coded data. The reason for this is before we just start directly pulling the Yelp API and working with it, let's learn how to use data that looks like the Yelp API, but it's just local and stored in an object. All right, let's play with that first. Then when we figure that out, we're going to play with the real Yelp data. Got it? Let's go. All right. Here we go. Restaurants. And let's go down here. And we're just going to loop through so it actually shows all of restaurants, right? Now, which is the part that we're going to loop through? This is the part that we're going to loop through. Okay. I'm already seeing a potential problem with my code. And I think in order to fix it, what we're going to do is... maybe I'll fix it now. Yeah, I just feel like fixing it now. That's fine. So we'll just fix it right now. So let's just go here. And we'll wrap our image in touchable opacity. Actually, don't listen to me yet, guys. Just it's fine. Right now, it's fine. We'll fix this bug later. Okay. Let's wrap this in a loop. Okay, so let's wrap this part in a loop. So let's do it like this. So I'm going to basically just say local restaurant. Okay. Dot map. I'm going to give it restaurant. And then we'll also give it index. There we go. And then the loop is going to end here. There we go. It's complaining, giving me an error, so no problem. We're just going to say key is the index. And now we need to pass these actual restaurants. So we're going to give these some props. So image is going to take image. All right. And this is going to take the restaurant's name, and it's going to actually take the rating. So for name, we're actually going to do restaurant.name. And for rating, we're actually going to do restaurant.rating. And for image, we're going to do restaurant.image. Okay. And we can hard code this first as well. So if you guys want to kind of see it in that way, I can hard code this and show you guys. Okay, so that might actually be just a nicer way to do it. So we're going to do local restaurants of 0. All right, get me the first item and then get me the image of that. So let's do it like this and like that. Okay, so it's going to get me the local restaurants rating, the local restaurants name as well. Okay, because the name component is dependent on that, right? So if I go to here, actually just show you right here, the info component needs the name and then needs the rating. And then this part is just hard coded. So we don't really need that. That's why we're making this dynamic and passing it in. Okay. And then the image just literally needs the image. So that's just dependent on the image. Okay. So great. We're giving it what we need to give it. And now we need to actually be able to go to restaurant image and read it from there. Okay. So let's go and it'll take in props. And this URI will simply turn into props.image. Okay. And then this URI, or actually, is there another part in here? Nope, this is all good. And then here, we're going to do props, and restaurant info will be props dot whatever info we give it, yeah? I'm going to do props.name. Okay. This will be hard-coded, so we'll leave it as is. And then for this one, we're just going to do props.rating like this, guys. Okay. So now we need to actually pass all of this data. We're not passing it right now. So name, rating. Let's hit refresh. Okay, so it's not pulling any of this. So let's go local restaurants. .image URL. That's the problem. So we need to do .image URL. So now the images are showing up. And for name, name is still name. Local restaurants 0.name. Passing that in. And where's my error happening? Props.name. Huh. So that looks good. Props, pull the name. And then I'm passing it the name right there. Interesting. Okay. Oh, yes. That's totally fine because it's actually getting the name of the first one and it's giving me beachside bar over and over and over and over again. That's why. And it's giving me the rating of this restaurant as well, 4.5 stars. Okay, perfect. Got it. Cool. Now we just need to make it so it's dynamically pulling through. So instead of this, we're just going to replace this part with restaurant. Okay, so now it's pulling that. Right, and then we don't need this 0 here, and we don't need this 0 here. So now it's actually able to loop through and get me all of the images. Okay, so we've done a lot of the logic of how we're going to get the data, how we're going to loop through the data. Okay, so we're pretty much now done with the hard-coded side of things. Now, all I want to do is, because now technically this name isn't correct anymore, right? It's not this component isn't just restaurant item anymore. This component is really restaurant items now. So I'm going to replace this name with restaurant items. And here I'm going to rename it to restaurant items. It's going to break in my home component where I'm importing it from. So we're going to make it items and items here. Okay, and there we go. Now it's working. Beautiful. Okay, guys, so great job on this so far. We're done with our restaurant items component. So our home screen, guys, remember, our home screen is this one right here, and we're almost done with it, right? what's the only thing left? Can anybody actually tell me? I mean, we still need to add functionality to it. So we still need to pull the data from Yelp. So that's important. But the other thing outside of the functionality, if you can see at the bottom, are our bottom tabs. So let's start. We're going to start working on that soon as well. But for now, let's actually add functionality. So we're pulling this data from Yelp and it's not just hard-coded data. Okay, now what we need for this is a Yelp API key. Okay, so I'll show you guys how to get that in just a second. All right. So, but for now, let's do this. Let's go to restaurant items first of all. And here's what I'm going to do. Let's do export const local restaurants, because our home screen itself, right? This screen itself is going to need access to it. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling this information out of this restaurant items component, and I'm lifting this information up all the way to my home screen. Okay, so I'm giving it to the parent. That's what I'm doing. So let's do that now. Okay, let's go to home.js in just a second, but I want to actually fix up a couple of things here. Okay, let's go back to home.js. Okay. And we're going to say restaurant data, restaurant data. Okay. There we go. And now we're going to actually import that data in here. All right, so we're going to need to do a state. So I'm going to do const restaurant data is going to be set. And then, of course, we're going to do set restaurant data. And the default isn't going to be empty. The default is actually going to be local restaurants like that. So you can see that it actually just imported it right now from the restaurant items component. Now we have local restaurants. So we're getting that data right there. And then we're passing that to our restaurant items component. Okay, so let's go to our restaurant items component. We're getting our restaurant items component ready to be able to get dynamic data, meaning that soon, right now we're passing it hard-coded data, but soon when we get Yelp's request back, we're going to be passing in the Yelp's data through here. Let's go back. Let's go props, right? And then instead of local restaurants, we're actually going to do props.restaurants.map. Okay. That's all. Oh, actually restaurants data.map. That's what I called it. Or did I call it restaurant data? Call it restaurant data, actually. Should really be restaurants data, but okay. Great. So our local variable is now being passed around and working as expected. So that's totally fine. And now let's actually start working on the Yelp stuff, guys. That's what we're going to work on now. This is good. Yep. Let's work on the Yelp stuff. Yep. Home.js. And inside of here, I'm actually going to now get my Yelp API key. Okay. So const. And I'll show you guys how you can actually do this. Roxas asks, how come you're not destructuring your props? I'm just choosing not to right now. Just sometimes it's simpler that way. So I can be lazy and just pass in whatever I want and just pull it from props. And then I don't have to go to the other one and destructure it. But if I'm not being lazy and I'm just like fully dialed in, then yes, like it can be a cleaner way to do it. It's easier to read, things like that. So you can choose to destructure it if you want. Okay, so we'll do Yelp API key, and then I'll show you how to get this key. Okay, so what you actually want to do is this. You're going to go to your Yelp Fusion API, So yelp.com/fusion, that's the link. And then just click where it says get started. Okay. And for you, it's going to actually like probably bring you to a page to sign up or whatever. Just go through that process. It's going to ask you fill out an application, whatever. For me, I'm already logged in. So right when I hit get started, it's just going to take me to my API and it's going to show me the API key. So this right here is actually my Yelp API key. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this key. And let's paste this key right here. Okay, so we got our keys. So we're Gucci on that. Beautiful. And now what we need to do is this. Okay, let's go here. And I think what I want to do here is I'm going to do get restaurants from Yelp. I'm going to make a new function. Okay. And for this function, like look at how sick this is, right? Like look at that. If I hit tab, actually that's legit, pretty much correct, accurate code. Okay, that's what's sick about Copilot. It's pulling real code. It's searching up so many databases. There's somebody out there that's working with the Yelp API, so it can read that data as well, and it's pulling that. Like this is so nice. So we're gonna do it like this. I'm gonna say Yelp URL is equal to, and I'm gonna give it the URL that you guys will need. Okay. So it's this URL right here. Okay, api.yelp.com/v3/businesses/search. Okay, and then to that we pass the term restaurant because we're looking for restaurants. Okay, and then location is whatever city that you want. So right now I just have this hard-coded city right here, and it's called San Diego. Okay, and let's leave that there. Let's go down, and let's also get API options. So this is basically where I'm going to be passing in my credentials, authorization, and we're going to do bearer, and we'll do Yelp API key just like this. Okay. So now that I got my URL, I have my authorization. Now I'm simply just going to call fetch. So I'm going to say return fetch, and we'll do Yelp URL. API options, and once you call this request, then you're gonna get the data, and you're gonna get the response, and I want you to pull the response pull the JSON out of that response. Okay, and then what I want you to do okay, why is it freaking out like this? Because this is not wrapped properly. Okay, and then what I want you to do after you get this is I want you to get that JSON and do the following. I want you to put it here so you guys can see this as well. Set restaurant data to be the businesses that you retrieve from there, okay? So let's see what it's complaining about right now. Okay, so this looks accurate to me. And then we call a .then on that. res.json. This parentheses looks weird, huh? This parentheses looks weird as well. Odd. Okay. Why is it expecting a semicolon? Is this not being closed? Ah. There. Return is outside of the function. No, it's not that. Header. Wait, but it is not being closed. That is true. Return outside of function. In what world? Oh. Weird. Okay. Really weird. There we go. Fine. We're Gucci. man, I feel like so much of being a good developer is just like knowing where freaking parentheses go, and where like squigglies go. Like that is 80% of being a developer, in my opinion. Okay, let's keep going. It's like debugging. Where's the semicolons? Where's the squiggly brace closing? Let's find it. Like, what? It's gotta be like better things. All right, so here's what this is doing. Get the YELP API. Get me the JSON from it. Pull the JSON from it and set the restaurant data to all the restaurants that you just got. So it's going to just give me back an array of objects, and that array of objects is going to look a lot like this. That's why I had it this here, so you guys can kind of visually see what it's going to look like before you even get it. Thank you guys. We're almost at $25 donations, which is freaking awesome. So thank you guys. Keep that up. If you guys are enjoying this, you know, of course, smash that like button so this video keeps going out to more and more people. I love your support. And again, if you're looking for the best React and best React Native content on planet Earth, make sure you hit subscribe to this channel. And let's keep going. All right. So we got this, and it's doing what we want it to do. Now, the last thing I want to do is I want to call useEffectHook. Make sure you import it from React like this. Okay, and useEffectHook takes in two functions, right? Two arguments. Argument number 1 is a callback function. Argument number 2 is dependencies. So we're saying right now have no dependencies. And the callback function that you're going to have is, here's all I want you to do. I just want you to run guest restaurants data from Yelp. That's it. Okay. Oh, snap! Did you guys see that? That just worked. So let me uncomment this out and hit save. And let's hit refresh. And look, our restaurant data is looking like this, right? Let's do this. Let's uncomment this line, hit save. Yo, that's sick. Let's go. This is awesome. Now let's change the city. So I'm going to change the city to like Hollywood. Let's take a look. Yo, that worked too. Nice. Let's go Los Angeles. Damn, son. Okay, that is working. It's doing what we want it to do. So that's nice, guys. That's nice. Awesome, guys. So we're now pulling the data directly from Yelp. Okay. So we're done with getting the data from Yelp. So that's really good. Now all we need to do is make it so the search functionality right here is actually connected to this, meaning whatever you type in here will then become the city and update these restaurants. Because right now I'm doing it through the code. Your users are not gonna pull your GitHub file, right? And they're gonna be like, let me just clone your repo and fix this. That's not gonna happen. Your user wants to just use that search bar right there. So let's go ahead and add that functionality for our user. Okay, awesome. Nice. Okay, cool. So we're good with this. And now let's actually go ahead and work on this. That's fine. You can say react.useState like this too, or you could just use the actual useState. I like just using the actual useState because I think it's cleaner that way. Let's go useState like this. Awesome. So this looks pretty freaking good, guys, so far. Now let's work on the search functionality, okay? So I'm gonna go to our, now let's add this inside of our search bar, okay? Now, to make the search bar functional, we need very few things to make that happen, okay? So I'll show you guys how you're gonna get you need your Google Places API key for this, okay? So we're gonna come, make sure you go into your console. You're going to go into your console.cloud.google.com. Okay. If you do not have a project yet, you're going to build a new project. So you're going to do something like new project. All right. And give that project a name. So you can call it whatever you want. Uber Eats, clone, React Native, YouTube. Okay. I'm just calling it that just so it can be a unique one for me. For this API key to work, you do need to have billing enabled. Okay, that's one thing you need to know. It's not gonna charge you anything. It's gonna literally, yeah, it's gonna be, it's not never gonna really charge you anything, right? You're not gonna have any users really going to it, so you don't have to worry that much about it. But you do need to have billing enabled, otherwise it won't work. That's the tricky part about it. So we're just gonna hit create. Okay, so now it's creating it. Zoom out a little bit so we can see everything. Okay, and then once that's done right there, okay, you're gonna go inside of it, and here's what we're gonna do. Let's go APIs and services. Hit enable at the top. It says enable APIs and services. You're gonna enable APIs, and we're gonna look for the places API. So type in places and hit enter, and that's it. Places API right there. So you're gonna click that. And then you're just going to hit enable like this. All right. Now, once this is enabled, you're going to go inside of your places API. Okay, it's pretty small, but hopefully you guys can see that right here. So you're going to go inside of your places API. And then inside of here, right? So now here's what we want to do. On the left-hand side, you see where it says credentials. So click credentials. And then at the top, I'm actually going to say create credentials because you need to create your key. So let's click API key. So now it's going to create your key for you and it's going to give it to you so you can copy it. Okay, what I recommend is restrict your key. So I recommend doing this. Go to restrict key down here. And make it so it only chooses from places. Just that way, even if you lose it or somebody steals your key, you're going to be fine. Okay, so just restrict the key right there. Hit save. Awesome. Okay, there you go. That's your key. So you can just copy it, okay? Again, last but not least, remember to enable billing. If you do not enable billing, it won't work. So make sure you go to billing and you actually enable that, okay? That's still going to be an important one for you. All right, so you go to billing, you add in your billing information, blah, 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 and then you'll be good to go. Okay, so this project has no billing account, link a billing account. Okay, and then you're good. That's it. That's all you have to do. Cool? Beautiful. So now, in here, look at how easy this is, okay? We're going to go add a query. So add a query parameter right here. You're going to just go key like this. And you're going to paste your key. And watch what happens, okay? Right when I pasted my key, let's go to where it says search. I'll type in Santa Monica. And boom, the search is already working, you guys. Look at that. How easy that is, right? Like, if I remove this key, watch, it just stops working. So let's go here. Let's type in Santa Monica. Nope, no suggestions are coming up. So it's that easy. You just add this and all of a sudden, now it's even pushing your whole app down so it looks nice. It's not overlapping any of your other stuff, right? Like all of that is being pushed down the right way. So it's pretty clean, yeah? Hopefully you guys like how easy that is. Okay, so that's it for the key. And now the other thing that we're actually going to do is we're going to give it an on press. So I'm going to say on press. Here's what I want you to do. Okay, on press. Grab the data and details by default, just make it null. All right. And then inside of here, what we're going to do is inside of here, I'm actually just going to say, okay. And here, I'll actually show you what this gets you. So let's do a description like this. So watch what happens, right? On press. So on press is detecting this. So when I do Hollywood and I click it, what you're going to see happen is in my command line over here, it's going to give me the data.description, which in this case will be like the, you know, the city, the state, the country, all of that. So watch what happens, okay? I'm going to click, and onPress is going to detect that. And it's showing that at the bottom right here. Okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see it too. Right? You see that? So now what we actually want to do is, I don't want the Los Angeles part or the California part or the USA part. I actually just want the first part that actually gives me the city. That's all I want. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to say city is data.description dot split it by commas. Okay, and then just get me the first one. So after you split it by commas, it'll turn it into an array of like cities, or city, state, like all of that is going to be an item in the array. And I'm just going to say, give me the first item. Okay. And now let's go into our home.js. Okay. And we're going to create a little thing now for the city. So let's do city, comma, set city, because this is going to be a state variable, so it'll be able to change. Let's default it to San Francisco. Let's go to our app right here, and this string, we're going to change it to a template literal like this. So that's the tilde, and the tilde is right above your tab key or to the left of your 1 key. I mean, it depends on what keyboard you use. Okay. And this Los Angeles, instead of it being hard-coded, we're just going to say make it city. So whatever the city is pulling it from here. And once we use the set city function, it's going to update this city to whatever we pass a set city function. So we need to give this set city function over to our search bar component. Okay, so our search bar component, we need to give it access to this set city function, so then it can come back and change the city variable. So now let's pass this set city. Let's go down here and we're going to say city handler, and we'll pass it set city. Let's go back to our search bar. Right? And then we can actually do it in 2 ways. We can destructure. So I can show you guys how to destructure like this. So city handler. And we can then just say city handler and give it the city. Okay, so this is an example of destructuring. Somebody was asking about it earlier. Okay, cool. So I honestly think this should work now, guys. Let's give it a try, right? Let's give it a try. See if this works. So I'll click, I'll go here and we'll pick Hollywood. And let's test if it works. Oh, all right, we got an error. City handler is not if function. City handler. Okay, let's actually double check this. Set city. Let's go back to search bar. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm passing it to city. That's correct. Why is it complaining? Let's try it again. Okay, breaks. Let's try just passing it through props. Even though that really shouldn't be the error. This set city is coming from here. That's correct. Okay, let's go back to search bar. Let's do props.city handler. And I think I have it spelled correctly. So we should be good on that. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, so let's give it a try. On press. This is correct. This is closing here. Query. We have our on press. The rest of this is working, right? So let's actually comment this out. Let's just type in a city. Let's type in another city. Let's type in Hollywood. So that shows me my on press is working. So that's good. It just keeps saying it doesn't think. Why is it not a function? What does that mean? Okay. city, set city, okay. So double checking here, city, set city, use state. Let's try calling it props.setCity, but I don't think that honestly would fix that either. Let's go Chicago. Hit it. That's the weirdest error. Props.setCity is not a function, except that it is. Not passing. Oh, thank you. Not pressing. Yes. Yeah, so this is all good. I'm not passing it to the right component. I just read it wrong. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that in the comments. That was key. Awesome. Good save. So yeah, city, we can just call it city handler again. Let's go back. We can still destructure this the right way. It's not a destructuring problem. Let's go city handler like this, and then we can actually just even say city handler like that, and that should work. Let's try it. Chicago. Okay, so it's running. It's not giving me any error, so that's a good sign. Hollywood. Okay, city handler, pass it set city. Yep, that variable is right there. Save. Let's refresh the app. Okay, great. Now we need to make it so it looks for that variable changing. Okay, so the hook. So there you go. Now it's working. Okay, there you go. That's all we needed to do. So we needed to make sure that this React hook here, the use effect hook, is looking for the city variable updating. So when it updates, it refires it again based on the new city that we actually gave it. So now it works, right? So let's actually go back. Let's type in Chicago now. Make sure you click here. That's the only way it'll work. If you hit enter, that won't work. So click Chicago and boom, there we go. Okay, awesome. So we're good on that, guys. Now this is working as expected. Okay, problem solved. Whoops. And let's keep on moving. Thank you for that, whoever said it. Oh, wow, we're getting some React developers in the house, or React Native developers actually in the house. That's awesome. Okay, so we're good with the API functionality with Google autocomplete that we added. So we're good on that. Now, what we're going to do is let's move on and work on our pickup or delivery. So for example, if I hit pickup, it should filter all the restaurants based on me clicking pickup. If I hit delivery, it should filter all the restaurants based on delivery. So let's actually go ahead and work on that functionality right now. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, okay? Now what we're going to do is we're actually going to lift our state up. So to demonstrate that, I'll demonstrate it like this here. Okay, so currently the information about the delivery and pickup state is inside of our header tabs component. Okay, so why are we lifting this state up? Well, because we actually need this to be able to pass it through our home screen. We need access to the YELP API needs access to that state. So the funny thing with React is, unless you're using Redux or something, I can't take this from the child and give this information over to my parent, which is my screen. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that information, the active tab information outside of my headers, and give it over to my home.js. So that contains it. And that's actually what we call lifting the state up inside of React. Okay. So now let's get rid of all of this. Okay, go back. So let's go to our, let's go up here, and I'm actually going to say const active tab, set active tab, and we'll say use state. By default, it'll be delivery like this. Okay. And here we will filter this data based on what we're actually getting. Okay, so we're going to do JSON.business based on whether it's delivery or pickup. So I'm going to filter it by that. So we're going to do filter. Okay, and let's pass it. So for each business that it gets back, what I want it to do is give me business and its transactions, and check if inside of there it includes the active tab, which is either delivery or pickup, and we're going to do .to lowercase. Okay, because I believe YELP API, all the delivery and the pickup information is written in lowercase, so we're lowercasing it here. So that's what's happening here. Okay, all this is saying is not only give me all the restaurant data, but filter the restaurants based on whether we have the active tab to delivery or we have it to pickup. So we're done with that. Now we need to actually be able to pass these active tabs down to our header tabs component. So I'll actually say active tab is active tab, and then set active tab is set active tab like this. Let's go to our header tabs component, and here we're just going to say props.activeTab. Now it's going to, of course, freak out because it doesn't know what that is. So let's pass in props, and let's do props right here. And we'll do props right here like this. Okay. So there we go. Now the state pretty much has been lifted, and we're just going to remove this from here because we don't need that from there anymore. All right. And now let's actually take a look and see if this is working or not. So let's hit pickup and let's hit delivery. So it's not currently working. Do you know why this is not working? We came across this problem just a little bit earlier. So can you figure out why this is actually not working? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and I'll give you one hint. It has to do with our use effect hook. 1. All right, I'll share this. So here's what we want to do. We want to pass it here, and we want to give it the active tab. And we want to say, hey, watch out for the variable city changing, or watch out for the active tab changing. When city changes, reload the YELP data. When active tab changes, reload the YELP data. So let's hit pickup now, and boom, you guys saw some of the restaurants change. Let's go delivery, and some of the restaurants change. Let's go pickup. So these restaurants all offer pickup and delivery, or delivery, and then these delivery ones have delivery and or pickup. Okay, beautiful, guys. So we just added that functionality. So that is good, guys. We're almost done with our home screen. I'm just going to take a little sip here. My throat is getting dried out here. Let's get the energy up in the chat, guys. I need your energy to be able to finish this. All right, this is a big build. I need your help. All right, here we go. So we're done with this. Now let's add the bottom tabs component. Okay, what is the bottom tabs component, you might ask? It's, I believe, this guy right here. All right, this guy right here is what we need to work on. So again, when I see this, I see that it's, you know, we could position absolute this or do it in whatever way we want, but we just know it's all the way at the bottom of the app. So it's going to be like right here, right? All the way at the bottom. And what are the other things I see? I see I'm going to be using some icons. So maybe they're font awesome icons or icons to get these icons. Another thing I see is that the overall box is in flex direction row. Right? So the overall box is in flex direction row. Whoops, let me move the music a little bit down. It's loud. Okay. But, and there's space between each of them. But then each of them where it says home and then the text underneath home, that in my mind is in like column, right? So that is flex direction column. Cool. With that said, I have a good idea of how we're going to build this. And with that said, guys, let's start building this. Hey. Okay, let's get to it. So I'm going to go right here inside of my components, new file, and we're going to go BottomTabs.js. Okay, and bottom. Okay, there we go. Now, another thing I actually need to do for this is I'm going to need dividers. So for that, I actually need to install React Native Elements. Okay, so let's do yarn add. Why do I need dividers? Well, let me see if I can actually make this big and show you. So you're not able to actually see it here, but in the real app, right above it, it has like a little line. Okay, so that's what we need a divider for. Let's put this here. And here's what we're going to do. So we're going to say yarn add React Native Elements. Okay, that's our thing that we're installing right now. There we go. React Native Elements. Okay. And just in case you ever miss what I'm typing, when I'm doing the import, the name will be here. So you guys will be able to actually use that name to install it too. Okay. Great. Okay. Somebody says, almost there. Keep up the good work. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Zohair says, good job. Says, I came late, but I can cope. That's all good, man. It's all good that you're here. Dope. Okay. So now let's actually start working on our bottom tabs component. So I'm going to go to my home.js and let's load our bottom tabs, and we're going to put it like kind of all the way at the bottom here, right underneath the scroll view. So I'm going to first put the divider. And let's import the divider from these elements. And we're just going to give it a width of 1. And let's close it off. Now it should be good. Let's refresh again. There we go. So now you guys are actually able to see the divider at the bottom. If I uncomment this out, right, it'll go away a little bit. And then I'll comment this back. So I'll just keep it for now. And right underneath this, we need to actually do bottom tabs. And now my app is going to freak out, right? Or actually, no, it won't freak out. That's great. Let's just make sure we import it, bottom tabs, because we've already created this. Okay, good. Now let's go to our bottom tabs. All right, and bottom tabs. Yep, being imported correctly, so that's good. All right, I just had to refresh my app. There we go. Now the bottom is showing up right here. Okay, so I imagine I'm gonna need like, you know, a few items. So let me just add this here, dummy for now. Now you see how it's going in a column. We don't want that, right? So let's go over to our view, and we're gonna style it, and we're gonna say flex direction row. Okay, and then we're gonna go margin of 10, margin horizontal of 30, and then justify content, and we're gonna go space between. Okay, so now there you go. You got the things at the bottom, and there's space between. So now when I actually add in icons, they're actually gonna look good. Here's another thing that I'm already thinking. Yeah, each of them is an icon. So in my mind, I'm thinking of a component called icon, like a subcomponent. Okay. And that component is going to be depending on a few pieces of information, like what icon do you want to call it, and then what text do you want to give it. All right. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and make this component at the bottom. So we're going to say const icon. It'll take in our props. And we can actually just return it like this. We will do font awesome. For name, we're going to give it props.icon. For size, I'm going to give it a 25. Okay, and then we're going to also style this. And for styling, let's go with margin bottom of 3 and align self of center. Okay. So I think that's it in terms of the styling that we want to do for this. And then where's our error? Let's go ahead and finish the font awesome. Okay. Beautiful. Now, of course, we want to add a text with it too in just a second. So let's go ahead and import here. So let's go where we imported font awesome 5. I'm going to look within my project. It's here, or wait, let's look within our entire project, right? Font awesome. Or maybe I never imported it. So let's go ahead and copy this line with Ionicons, and I'm going to paste it at the top. And then I'm just going to replace this with font awesome 5. And also paste this over here. So now we're actually importing font awesome 5 icons, because that's what we're going to need. Okay, and now let's uncomment this out, and boom, there you go. We just got our home to show up here. This home still needs a text that we want to add underneath it. Okay, so let's go ahead and add that text now underneath this, but it's going to give us a problem because it wants it to be actually wrapped up in something, right? So we're going to wrap this up inside of a view. And we're going to go style, flex direction, and actually I don't need to do column for this. By default, it's column. So we can just leave it as a blank view. And then at the bottom here, we're going to end this view. And then right here, I'm going to actually give it a text. And for text, guys, I'm just going to say, get me the text from the prop that I passed you up top here. And so you can see now I have the icon, and then it also says the text right underneath it. Now, if I actually did this a few more times, let's see what that looks like. Hey, it's looking pretty freaking good, right? Now let's change this with search, and let's change the text to browse. And our second icon and text should be good to go. Let's change this to shopping bag, and let's change this to, oops, grocery. So now that should be good. Let's change this to receipt, and let's change this to orders. Okay, and then the last one, the text will be account, and the icon will be user. And there you go, guys. Our bottom tabs component is complete. Right? It looks great. It looks like what we wanted. This was our goal, and it looks pretty similar to our goal. So great job, guys. Our bottom tabs component is complete. And with that said, guys, our entire home screen is completely done. And now let's just demo it before we continue forward. Okay, so let's go. Look at that, right? All of the stuff that we actually wanted, we got. So it looks really freaking good. And the last thing I want to do is maybe give the buttons a touchable opacity, just so like when you click them, it kind of does that nice little flash. So it look like they're clickable. Okay. Oh, whoops. Let's give it a touchable opacity like this. And then let's go down here and let's go touchable opacity and end it. Okay, so now what all it does is it makes it so when I click it, it gives it a nice little flash. Right, there we go. Awesome, guys. Kudos. You guys are enjoying this. Concepts, did you use React Navigation? We will be using React Navigation soon, okay? Will you use context or use reduce? We are going to be using Redux, and that's going to be coming up soon. Awesome. David says, lovely, this is my next project. Awesome. Not you, different David. Broke the fourth wall there. I have David actually on Skype listening in the whole time. So that's why. Just for context for all the YouTube people. Okay. Beautiful, guys. So our bottom tabs component is now done exactly like how we want. So we're very happy with it. Very happy with it. Okay. Let's go to our home. Okay, so now take a look. Okay, I'm gonna uncomment this divider line and watch what happens to the bottom component, bottom tabs. Right on top of the icons, you'll see that divider show up. It's very subtle, but there. Okay, so we're done with this. Now we're gonna work on our next component. Does the stream keep dropping because the connection is weird? Okay, cool. All good. If you're lost, you're Gucci. Okay, don't worry about it. Just follow along. The video is always going to be there for you, so you can watch this video later at any time. The next component we're going to work on, guys, is this component right here. It's called About.js right there. All right. It looks very similar to Restaurant, but there's just a few differences, right? So Restaurants has a rating on the right-hand side. This does not, so it doesn't really have that thing going on. This also will be inside of where we have the safe screen. So kind of to show you, right? This will be like literally on top of the screen, like here in the danger area. Okay. And just to show you why, because this is the screen we're building next. Okay. This is the screen we're building next. So if you look at the image in there at the top, is actually in the danger area, what I call the danger area. It's not in the safe area. Safe area would be right here. But that's actually what makes it look cool. So when we're working on a restaurant detail screen, we're actually not going to wrap it in a safe area view because we like it. We want it to be there. All right. So this About.js component is this one right here for the restaurant detail. It goes right up at the top right there. Okay, cool. So now let's actually work on this. So again, for this, we're going to need to be working on two things, right? We need to make a new screen called restaurant detail. And we need to make a new component called About.js. But this is where it's going to start getting really messy and confusing. So what I want to do before it gets messy and confusing is let's make a new component and call it home. This will home all of the home components inside of it. So let's grab all of them and let's move them inside of home. Now my entire app is going to break, but that's okay. We're going to fix it in a second. Okay. And now inside here, we're going to make another folder. And it's going to be called Restaurant Detail. This will contain all of the restaurant detail components. So all my imports now broke. So let's go ahead and just fix all of our imports. And we'll do that. We'll do that now. Okay. So here we go. Restaurant items. Or no, let's go first to... Where is it? Let's go to categories. So there's a breaking that happened in our categories. Now the assets folder is actually 2 levels behind us. So all we need to do is add in a ... and do slash like this. Okay. So I'm going to add that in right there as well. Let's add that in right there and right there and right there and right there and right there. Now our assets are, these assets are good to go. Okay. Now our home is going to have trouble as well because all the imports got broke. Okay. So all we need to do is, instead of it just being in component slash, now we have a folder called home. So this is going to be like this. Oh, bottom tabs automatically updated. That was interesting. I don't exactly know how that happened, but interesting. Okay. So we're just going to copy this. And for each of our components like categories, we're going to make sure it's component slash home slash categories, component slash home slash header tabs, component slash home slash restaurant items, component slash home slash search bar. There we go. All of our import problems have now magically been resolved. Beautiful. Okay, let's go and just make our restaurant details screen now. So in our screens. So So again, remember, this is the screen we're also going to be making. So it's going to be called restaurant details screen. All right. So let's make that in this folder, and we're going to do restaurant detail.js like this. Actually, we need to make the name, let's capitalize the name here. So let's go restaurant detail.js. Okay, I'm going to do my hack RNF. Go here. Okay, so restaurant detail screen. We're going to also make a new component here in just a second, but let's just make sure our restaurant detail screen is showing up. So what I want to do is I want to go inside of my home. Let's go inside of home. Or sorry, let's actually go inside of app.js and replace this home with restaurant detail. I don't know why it lowercased it, because I clearly have it uppercased. Okay. So there. All right, so that's restaurant detail screen is working. There we go. We have proof. It's right there. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to pass in our about component here. It's going to break. That's fine. And then we're going to have a divider. We're going to give it a width of 1.8. And then we're going to style it. And we're going to do a margin vertical on this bad boy. And we're going to give it a margin vertical of 20. And let's close this off. So this about component is not made. So let's go inside of our restaurant detail components now, and let's make it. So let's call it About.js with a capital. Oh, wow. Thank you, guys. We just got another donation. And this donation is from Curran. And Curran says, thanks a lot for your videos. I was a DevOps engineer, and after learning from your videos, I got a full stack job with 100% hike / promotion. Yo, that is awesome. Shout out to you. That is absolutely amazing, man. So happy to hear that. Guys, give it up in the chat for Curran, and I want to see some congratulatory messages to him, okay? Drop that in the chat right now. All right. Great job, Curran. That's awesome, brother. Cool. So for our about, let's start working on our about now. Okay, I'm going to do RNF. Let's go here and let's just say about. Okay, and then let's go back to our restaurant detail and remove the T, add it back, hit enter, and it should import it now. Let's go to our about. Oh, it doesn't also know what our divider is, so remove the R, write it again, and import the second one, React Native elements. Amazing job. Nice. All right, cool. So you can see that our about component is now being rendered there at the top. That's perfect. Okay. So we're going to do a couple of things. Okay, I'm going to make a constant here, const image. Okay, and again, I'm just going to give it like a random restaurant image. Again, I showed you guys how to be able to get your own image from online. Literally just get it from anywhere you want. That's not that big of a problem. Okay, and then we're going to do const title is going to be farmhouse kitchen Thai cuisine, like this. And then we're going to do const description, and we're going to make it Thai comfort food. So I'm going after this component here at the bottom that I have for you, right? So that's why I'm making it even look like that. So the description part. So just so you guys can see it lined up, this is the title part, and this is going to be the description part right here. Okay. Okay. So comfort food. All right. Ooh, what did we do? Comfort food. $$. And then we'll go ticket. And we'll do 4 stars. Okay, star, and then we're gonna do the amount of reviews with the plus sign, and that's good. Okay, now we have to, of course, render that out in a second. And again, when I look at this, right, I actually see a couple of subcomponents. So the subcomponents I see restaurant image. The other subcomponent that I see is I see restaurant title. And then the third subcomponent I actually see is a restaurant description. Okay, those are the three subcomponents that I see when I look at that About.js. So now let's actually start working on those subcomponents. So we're going to do const restaurant image. It'll take in props. All right, and we'll just get back an image. And the source will be URI, whatever image that we actually pass it. And style. Let's go here for style. And we're going to style is going to be width of 100% and height of 180. Okay. So our image is looking good. Can we hit enter? All right, just really wants to be on one line for some reason. So there's that line. There you go. Okay. Now let's pass this restaurant image an image. So we'll go give it an image, and the image will be this image right here. Okay. So now uncomment this line, and it doesn't know what an image is. So let's import image from React Native. Okay, and there you go. Our image is now showing up. Okay, and then now we're going to work on our restaurant title component. Restaurant title component. It'll take in props. And it will return a text. And this text will be whatever title that you actually give it, right? So let's actually just make it live. So I'm going to give it a title as title. Let's make it live. And there you go. Farmhouse, kitchen, Thai, cuisine. It's showing up. Now we need to, of course, give this text a style. So style will be font size of 29. Font weight is going to be 600. Margin top will be 10. And then margin horizontal on this bad boy is going to be 15, like this. There we go. Wow, that looks beautiful. Okay, and that's good. That's good. And now we're going to work on the description portion of this. So let's go ahead and make that subcomponent. So we'll do const restaurant description. Okay, and then for this description, we're going to have props dot description. Okay, and then we'll pass it props. We'll wrap this in text. Okay, so let's go give it props now. We're giving it props. That's good. And then we just need to give it an actual description. So we're going to say description equals description. I'm getting this description from right here. Let's just uncomment this now. Command /. And there we go. It's showing up. Now, all we actually need to do to this is give it some styling. All right. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to go and say style. Let's give it a margin top of 10, margin horizontal of 15, font weight of 400, and then we'll give it a font size of 15.5. There we go. So restaurant description is now looking good, doing what we want it to do. So that's perfect. And yeah, honestly, this whole thing is now actually looking pretty complete to me. So this is a hard-coded version of this. Okay. Soon we'll actually start pulling real data from this, but this hard-coded version should be good to go. Right. And then the divider that I added to, I believe, the restaurant details screen is showing up right there. So with that said, guys, I think we're good with this. Now it's time to move on to our next component. okay, which is going to be our menu items, which we're going to be going to very, very shortly. So when I say menu items, what am I talking about? I'm talking about these menu items right here. So let me hide this. These menu items right there. Okay. So if I showed you the completed screen, right, you can see that it has those menu items right there. So we need to now build this component. So I'll leave this here so you guys can see what component we're building right now. All right. And again, when I see that, what am I thinking, right? As soon as I see MenuItem.js and it's a component, what am I thinking, guys? I'm going inside of my components folder. I'm going inside of my restaurant detail, and I'm going new file, and I am doing MenuItem.js. There we go. Let's auto import this, and let's go menu item. All right. I'm just adding in a rocket emoji just for fun. Okay, that's not necessary. You'll be good if you don't have it. Okay. So let's go ahead and add this now, all right? So menu item, we need to give it some foods. Okay, so I'm gonna import some foods that I have here. You guys can copy it at some point, but you can pause the video and copy it however you want. But these are just some hard-coded foods, okay? So I'll add in all of the foods because right now we have up to chilaquiles and we want, another chicken Caesar salad and another lasagna. That's fine. There we go. Just paste it. There we go. So it's an array of foods is an array of objects. Each one represents one food item, like lasagna, tandoori chicken, and then it has additional information on it, like description, amazing Indian dish, price $19.20, and the image of the actual dish, right? So you can just get an image of a dish. Okay, so this one is going to be hard-coded. This one you're actually going to need. So I recommend that you either copy mine or just make yours similar to this, right? So not all of our apps look the same when you have them on your portfolio, okay? So think. Okay, so that's why God gave you a brain. So make it your own, use the images like I showed you, and customize it to be your own. And for the Uber challenge, we are going to need you to customize your own apps. Okay, whoever sends us in the best customized app, that person is going to win the challenge. Okay, that means you might add night mode to this. That might mean you might add user authentication to this. That means you might add Stripe to this so you can actually collect payments. So whoever builds it the best is going to win that prize of $600 first place. All right. Cool. So I got my hard-coded data. That's all good. Let's see. Do we need anything else? Okay. And then, all right. Let's go here. All right. Cool. So when I see my menu items, what I see is it's also made up of multiple smaller components, okay? So what do I mean by that? The first component I think of is food info, and that's all the text about the food, right? Food info. This is the text about the food. And then I also see it as food image. This is the image about the food. All right. So there we go. This will take in. Yeah, cool. And so food info will take in some information about the food. Okay, so in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it foods of 0 dot. Actually, we can just leave it like this. Okay, it's going to just take in food of foods of 0. Okay. All right, now let's actually go work on this food info component. So I'm going to say const food info. All right, here we go. Okay. And I'm going to make like a little styles thing. Okay, and I'm going to make that styles thing right here. And I'm going to store all of my styles in there. So I'm going to say styles is equal to style sheet. I'll show you guys how to use a style sheet with React Native as well. It's pretty cool. So there we go, style sheet. It organizes it so you don't have to mix up your styling with your code. You don't always have to do this inline code style. Okay, so this will just give you another tool in your tool belt, basically. Okay, so we're gonna do style sheet.create, and we're just gonna say menu item style, and we're gonna pass it the style here. So I'm gonna say flex direction row. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit here, guys. So try to keep up, just because I don't want it to be super long for you guys. So I'm getting the menu item style right here. All right, and now inside of this, we can actually just be returning this directly. Let's wrap this in a view, and let's go inside of here, and I'll say text. Okay, and we need 3 texts, so I'll just say that. And for this, we're going to be pulling it from props.food.title. Okay, this one over here is going to be props.food.description. Okay, and then this one here is going to be props.food.price. All right, and let's actually give it a try, and let's see what we actually see. Are we importing menu item anywhere? We might not be, actually. So let's go to our restaurant detail, and let's import it. So we're gonna go right underneath here, and I'm gonna say, oops, let's go menu items. And actually, let's rename our file too, because we're going to be looping through and we're going to be having multiple items. So let's rename this to be items. And let's go inside of menu items and make it menu items right here as well. All right. So are we importing it? We're not importing it. So let's go items and import. So import it inside of our restaurant detail screen. So now we're good. And we're creating the styles. Cool. So there we go. So it's a dictionary, or it's a object, right? So it's going to be, the first key is going to be menu item style, and then that is going to contain all the information about that. Okay, beautiful. So now here's what we're gonna do, right? This food info view. Now you see lasagna and with butter, lettuce, and all of that. Okay, so we're gonna do a couple of things. So I'm gonna say style, and we're gonna go width of 240. I'm gonna justify content space evenly. Okay, beautiful. And we're going to wrap the entire thing as well. So let's see here. In a view. And now we're going to give this view the styling. So the menu item styling. That's what we're going to give this view. So we're going to do view style. Styles.menu item style. Like this. Okay. So that styling is now showing up. That's great. Okay, and let's make sure that we properly style our title as well, because our lasagna looks too small. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to say title style. And let's actually do it because it's a key. Let's do that. And for title style, I'm just going to say font size of 19, and then we're going to say font weight of 600. And for this text, I'm actually going to pass that in, right? So I'm going to say styles dot title style. Or is it having a problem? Oh, there it's okay. So it's already an object. So we don't need to actually put double curly braces around it. is already an object, right? The first curly braces is to say, I'm going to be writing JavaScript code now. This is just JavaScript code. The second curly brace is to define an object. But this is already an object, so we're good on that. Okay, so that lasagna is looking good. All right, and then the text here is looking good. The justify content. Awesome. So food info is showing up kind of how we want. And let's wrap this in another view here. Okay. Cool. And now we're actually going to be looping through it pretty soon. But first, let's go ahead and make our image component. So let's go food image, and I'm going to say props, right? And it's going to be view, and it's just going to return an image. And we're going to say source is URI props.food.image, like this. Okay, there we go. And now let's give it a styling too, so we can actually see it, you guys. So let's go style of 100, height of 100, and then border radius of 8. And then let's close this. All right, so this will style the image once we display the image. So props dot whatever. So let's actually pass it food, and let's actually give it a food is foods of 0. Okay. I can probably also say foods. Yeah, so let's go down here. Yep, food.image. Let's comment this out. So it doesn't know what an image is. Let's go ahead at the top, and we're going to import our image. There we go, guys. Now our lasagna is showing up, and our text here, this way, spaced evenly as well. Okay. So it's looking good. It's looking like the way we want it to look like, right? If I add in this again, right, we'll get another item. Okay. So this is the part where we're going to be writing our loop pretty soon. Okay. So now we're going to wrap this all up inside of a loop. So I'm going to start my loop here, and I'm going to say foods.map food, comma index, because I'm going to need the index in a second. Let's take this. Let's put that below right here. And the whole thing needs to be wrapped in something. So for now, I'll wrap it in a JSX fragment. Okay, now that error goes away. So now it's looping through, yeah? It's complaining about the key, so not a problem. Let's give it key equals index. Okay, so now we're good to go on the key. And we're looping through. Now we actually need to give it the actual food. So I'm just going to remove this, and all the images should be good, or all the titles should be good. And I'll remove this, and all the images should be good now. So there we go. Our image and our text, description, price, all of that is showing up. That's exactly what we wanted, right? And let's wrap all of this in a scroll view, guys. So let's go scroll view on this thing. Gary Anderson, this is very clean. Yo, let's go, my brother. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that you guys got the cleanest code. They call me the janitor. I'm the code janitor. All right? Anytime anybody here needs clean code, let me know and I got you. Scroll view. And we're going to say shows vertical. Oh, I got to import it. View. Shows vertical. We will say false. I don't need to see this vertically. Okay. And this empty JSX fragment, we're going to make it scroll view and just end it. So now I'm actually able to scroll up and down, and I don't see any ugly scrolling bar. There we go. Okay, beautiful. So this page is looking good, guys. Our menu items are here. They're showing up right. The only thing that I don't see here actually is the divider. All right, so let's actually add in a divider, right? If I showed you the final version of the screen, Does that have a divider? Yeah. So you guys can probably see a divider in here, right? So that's the divider that now we want to make. Okay. So let's go right outside of this view right there. And it's still going to be inside of the loop because we need it to be looping. Import the divider. We're going to give it a width of 0.5 and orientation. So let's close it off. Oh, sorry. Let's wrap it here, actually. So our divider is showing up. That's looking good. Okay, there we go. So that just makes that for us made it a little bit cleaner, so it didn't look so weird. Okay, so there we go. Divider is there. Yep. Row space between margin 20. Yep, this divider is right outside of this view. Okay. So, all right, guys. Now this is looking pretty good. Just make sure we styled everything exactly correctly. I want to make sure we didn't make any mistakes here. Okay, awesome. For real, Levis says this is dope. Yo, thank you, brother. I'm glad you're enjoying this, my man. Awesome. So there we go, guys. This is looking good. I think this is pretty much good to go, right? So this is good to go. And now we're gonna work on our about component, and we're now gonna start like getting data. Pretty much almost in a way we'll be getting it from Yelp. Okay, so now we're going to be working on it and making it dynamic. So I'm going to remove this menu item from the bottom. We're going to be working on our about. So I put that at the bottom just so you guys can see what we're working on. Okay, so first things first, all the way at the top here, yeah, we're going to say const Yelp restaurant info, right? And we'll give it name. Kitchen Thai cuisine, like this. And then inside of here, we're going to also have an image. And the image is going to be this one that I have here. That's fine. Okay. And then, of course, we're gonna give it a price in this case as well. We're also going to give it reviews. We will give it a rating of 4.5. We'll give it categories, and Yelp will give us back categories like this. It's going to be an array of objects like this. Okay, and the title is going to be Thai. Okay, and Thai comfort food. Okay, so we're going to do exactly pretty much what about look like for us here. But now we're going to be making it so we're not just reading it from a hard-coded data. We're going to be like formatting this the proper way. So then we're pretty much ready to receive data from Yelp API, and it's going to be all plug and play. So we're right now making this page dynamic. Okay. Now next up, here's what we're going to do. Okay. Let's go down here. And we won't need any of these anymore in just a second, so I'll get rid of it shortly. But first, let's do this. So we're going to deconstruct that entire Yelp restaurant object, and we're going to do image, price, reviews, rating, categories. This is me literally deconstructing the entire Yelp restaurant info. There. Okay. Right now, you're going to be like, Kazi, why are we doing this? This is so weird. Because later, I'm just going to literally have you remove this, plug in the Yelp API, and you're going to be good to go. So this is going to work with that. So just have fun, okay? Okay, cool. So this is good. Now we're going to format. Thank you for the another donation. That is awesome. Really appreciate it, my man. Just got another donation by Prasant. Thank you so much. It means a lot. You know, half the time when I'm building this, my neck is freaking breaking. But it's okay. Well, we're good. We're good. Okay. So let's go ahead and work on this now. Okay, so let's go formatted categories. And we'll go categories.map. And for every category that we get me back a category title. Wow, thank you. Another donation. Really appreciate it. Awesome. Let's go. Thank you, Prasant, for another donation. Really appreciate it. Okay. Let's keep going, guys. Sorry, we can stay focused here. So let's do cat.title. And then we're going to do .join. And inside of the .join, right, what I want to do is say join by that. Okay, so that's what formatted categories is. And then we're going to, so this categories component, what this is doing, just so you can visually see, is it's saying take all of the categories and then format them in this way. Okay, so join them all, turn it into an array, and then join them all by those like little dots. Okay, that's it's this little dot that I'm talking about right there. Okay, join it with that. Okay, cool. Let's move this down here. Awesome. Okay, guys, so let's go const description. Right, and this is going to be formatted categories. And then what's after formatted categories? Okay, if you take a look at that, it's the dollar signs, right? We're going to do plus. Or not plus. Let's do it like this. We're going to say price, and if the price exists, what we're going to say is give me an empty dot like that with a space. Okay, plus the price. Otherwise, just give me empty strings. Okay. This is just so if the restaurant does not have a price. And after this, what I want to say is yeah, get out of this object, and we're gonna go like this. Get me a golden ticket, and then give me the rating. And then after the rating, I want a star sign, and after this, I want the reviews. Okay, with the plus sign after it, and that should be done. Okay, so this is what the description is. Now we're going to be generating that description dynamically, as you guys can see. Oh, wow. Prashant also got a job. That's awesome, guys. Give it up for Prashant in the comments. Okay, beautiful. Nice. Okay, we got the description. So now we're going to not need this hard-coded, this stuff over here anymore. So I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay. Good. It's gone. And now it's like I can't find title. Well, because it's actually name when we get it from the Yelp restaurant. So we're going to replace it everywhere. I'm going to just rename symbol. And we're going to make this name everywhere. Okay, everywhere. So let's go rename symbol. Let's make it name. Let's rename this symbol as well. And we'll make the end of it name. So it's not restaurant title. It's restaurant name. Okay, so fix that everywhere. Cool. So now you can actually see it's pulling this data dynamically, right? So if I made a... So what's the point of pulling the data dynamically? So let's take a look. Because this is Thai right here. It's pulling that dynamically. Okay, let's make it Indian. It's pulling that. Now, what if I had another title? I don't know, that also said like coffee or something. Boom, look at that. Now it adds it. Right? That's why we wanted to make it dynamic. So it can actually change on the fly based on however many. Like if it had even more categories. Right? Like ice cream, snacks, whatever. Boom, now it's just all getting added in there. That's what you want. Okay. That's why we wanted to make it dynamic like this. Okay, cool. So we changed the names everywhere. We made this. Okay, now we're pulling the data dynamically. Now here's what we're going to do. This is the part where it's going to kind of get tricky. So I'm going to explain it in the start, and then I'm going to explain it again. But here's what we're going to be doing right now. Okay. Let's go in explanation mode. Okay. So here's what's going to be happening. What we're going to need to do is this. When you click this restaurant here, when you click this restaurant over here, right? This guy right there. That guy right there. Where it should take you is here. And I'll show you that in a second. It should take you right here. So I'll show you the component that's actually going to be we're going to need for this. So this is this about component, right? So let's go back. There we go. All right. So when you click that restaurant item component, it should take that data and pass it over to our next screen. All right. So I'll show you what that means. So let's get rid of this. And we're going to add in our next screen, which is this one right here. Make this one right there. Okay. So we're actually going to be passing the data over to this screen from our home screen. All right. And then from that screen, we're actually going to be taking it and passing it to our About.js. Okay. So this is where it starts getting a little bit confusing, but there's going to be a lot of information being passed around. Okay, so this one, just to be clear, is home.js screen. So this is your first screen. This other screen is your restaurant detail.js screen. Okay, so those are the two screens here. Okay, and how this data is going to actually be passed is through something called navigation. Okay. Let's see if I can make that smaller so you guys can see it. This is so ninja. Let's put that right there. So this information is actually going to be passed with something we call navigation. That's actually inside of React Native. And then how I'm going to have these two screens talk to each other, or sorry, like the restaurant detail screen talk to the About.js component. How I'm going to do that is through something called routes. Okay. So when you pass navigation, you can actually you can tell it which screen you want to go next when you click on something, but you can also send in props, or what we call route, that contains all the information from one page to the other page. And so we're going to be getting that information through something called routes. Why can't you guys see routes? Oh, there it is. Okay. So boom, there we go. Okay. So there we go. Okay, step one. Actually, I don't need this arrow. There you go. We just have two arrows, okay? So pass the data first through navigation, and then retrieve it in the About.js component through route. Okay, so I'm visually leaving this here. If you actually want to take a photo of this, Kazi the code janitor, yeah. If you want to take a photo of this, you can, but this is going to be super helpful for you in just a second. Okay, so I'll show you why. So let's remove all of this. And let's remove all of these components as well. So both of our screens and our About.js component. Cool. So let's go work on this now. So we're going to need to add the entire app in something called navigation. So I'm just going to work on that first. This is going to be at the global level. Okay. So this is going to be at the global level right where your app.js is. So I'm going to say navigation.js. And we're also going to need to install a couple of things for this. Okay. So I'm going to just zoom in here so you guys can see everything clearly. Go to this mode, zoom out. Okay, so I'm gonna say yarn add, and we're gonna install this, and just make sure that you guys write it exactly how I'm showing you here. Okay, it's gonna be at okay, there we go. It's at, and it's React-navigation/native. Okay. Okay, just like that. And then we're gonna add in another one. We're gonna do yarn add React navigation/stack. So we need to install both of these. This is what's gonna actually allow us to do our all of our navigation stuff. Make sure to put that @ sign there too. That's important. And then we're gonna do yarn add React native gesture handler. This is so then we can swipe back and forth and have that nice little swipe functionality. Okay, so beautiful. There we go. All of this is now installed. Good. So everything that we need to install, we have now. Now inside of our navigation, we're going to do this. Okay. Let's do const default, or actually let's do export default function, and we'll do root navigation. All right. And then we're going to say stack is create stack navigator. So it looks like this. Now we need to import this. So we need to do a few things. Import React from React. And then what we need to do is we need to say import create stack navigator from React navigation stack. Perfect. Next up, we're going to say we're going to create screen options. And they're going to be really simple. We're just going to say header shown is false. Okay. And then we'll do return, and we'll go navigation container, and it should import it. So from oh, I'm so sorry guys, I have to zoom out. I apologize. David, man, come on, please tell me about this stuff, brother. Okay, I apologize guys. We're Gucci now. We're Gucci. Okay, my bad. Yarn is not on Windows. Okay, that's not cool. I apologize. Okay. So that's it, guys. This is all the code there is. Okay, I didn't really write much more code. So I imported a few things that I need. Then I created my stack, gave it screen options, header shown false. Okay, that's it. So we're good now. Okay, so this is not going to be a self-closing tag. This is going to be like this. Inside of our navigation container, what we're going to do is we're going to give it a stack.navigator with screen options being whatever screen options that we actually created. This is not navigation. This is navigator, like this. Okay, let's also close it. And now between here, we're going to actually be passing it the screens now. So let's go stack.screen. I'm going to get name home. And then the component that it's going to have is actually going to be home. Okay, let's go here and autocomplete home. There we go. And now it's importing home from the home screen that we actually made, right? So that's that. Now the other screen that we need is the restaurant detail screen. Okay, let's copy this. Oh, whoops. Let's copy this. Let's go here and let's paste it. There we go. All right. Now it didn't import restaurant detail, so I'm gonna just write it again. It for some reason still thinks it's with a small r, which is so weird because it's not. Oh wait, hold on. Unless it is. Let's go to restaurant detail. Ah, it actually is. Let's make it capital R. That's why. I was wondering why everybody thinks it's with a small r. Wow. Interesting. Oh no, this other stuff will stay small r. So perfect. We're good. We're good now. We're good. Okay, great. So we're good with that, guys. This is looking good. And now what we need to do is add in. Now we need to start passing that information around. So let's go to menu items. And one thing I want to do inside of my menu items actually is just change the styling just a little bit. So this, oh wait, hold on. So that right under lasagna, when you see that little divider, it's too long. We need to make it actually a little bit smaller. So we're going to do that right here. So width, I'm going to keep it. Orientation, I'm going to keep it. And then we're going to go style. And we're going to go margin, horizontal. And so that will just make it smaller like that. Perfect. Okay. So now that actually looks better. And let's go to our restaurant items component, right? And remember, from our restaurant items component, we actually need to now start passing all this information around. Okay, so first, let's go to home.js and let's start there. So now I'm going to show you those drawings again that I had made. So here's our home component. Here's our home screen actually, and here's our restaurant detail screen. And remember that we actually need to pass that information around. Okay, so through navigation. That's why you see navigation there. Okay. So let's do that now. So inside of our home, all the way at the end, I'm going to say restaurant items, pass in the restaurant data, but also pass in the navigation. Navigation, and make it navigation. Now, it's going to be like, wait, what? I don't have access to navigation. That's fine. Just go all the way up top and destructure navigation. Because this is a screen, and this screen is wrapped up inside of the navigation container, right? This is a home screen. It's going to have access to navigation through props. So we're just destructuring that and then passing it through. Now let's just make sure that our navigation is working first of all. So what I'm going to do is give my screen options an initial route. Okay, so we'll do initial route name, and I'll give it home. Okay, so if this works, I should be navigated to my home screen, so right now it's not working. And the reason is because our app.js is not wrapped up inside of root navigation. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to just do root navigation, and we're going to delete pretty much all this other stuff because we won't need it. All right, there we go. The app is now wrapped up inside of root navigation. Okay, so if I change this now to restaurant detail, it should start me off from the restaurant detail page. Hopefully. Let's refresh. And it does. Great. So this is doing exactly what we want it to do. Okay, so we're good now. We're good now with the restaurant detail. Okay, so our navigation is working correctly. Now let's see what we need to do next. Now we need to actually pass that information from our home screen over to our restaurant detail screen. So we're going to go inside of our restaurant detail screen, and we're going to destructure the route. Okay. And then we're going to pass that over to About. Okay, so what do we mean by this? Let's go back to our home screen. Or sorry, let's actually go to our restaurant items. So from restaurant items, we're going to actually pass in all of the props. So let's go to restaurant items, right? This is going to take in navigation. And then we're going to destructure. So let's see where we're calling it. We're calling this probably restaurant items. We're calling it on home. So are we giving it the right thing? Restaurant items. We're passing it the navigation. Yes. So it has access to navigation and the rest of the props. Now here's what we need to do. We need to give this touchable opacity right here just an on press. And we actually need to not have touchable opacity. Touchable opacity right there should be good. Touchable opacity actually needs to be inside of the loop. That's what we need to do. So let's put it here. Let's take it out from here, put it up. Okay. And let's wrap the entire thing in empty JSX fragments. Like this. All right. So now I'm getting the navigation data and cool. Now I just need to on press call it, okay? So within the touchable opacity, we're going to do on press. And the on press is going to be a empty function. It's going to be like navigation.navigate. And for now, we'll just say navigate me to the restaurant details screen. Let's start our app. Let's go to navigation.js and let's make sure our app starts from home. Perfect. Let's hit refresh. So our app starts from home. Now, when I click farmhouse kitchen type cuisine, it should actually take me to the restaurant details screen. Look at that. And it does, guys. So what does that mean? That means our navigation is working. Let's test it out. Click Beretta. Nice. All right. So our navigation is working. But now we need to actually also pass information. We're just navigating to the screen. We need to actually pass information to it as well. So let's do that. So now we're going to say name is restaurant. So whatever is the name of the restaurant. Image is going to be whatever is the image URL of the restaurant. Price will be restaurant.price. Reviews are going to be restaurant.rating. Okay. Or actually, I'm sorry. Reviews are going to be review count. And then rating. And then categories are going to be restaurant.categories. Okay. Again, this is what the YELP API data is going to look like. And that's how we're going to be destructuring it. Okay. So good. Good. Awesome. Background color. White. Padding 15 margin. Yep. Yep. Okay. Awesome. So now this information is actually now being passed over to the restaurant details screen. Okay. So let's go to our restaurant details screen. Okay. And we're going to be grabbing all this information through route. So let's go back. This is the route. All of this. We're destructuring the route. And then we're sending that over to our about component. Now our about component has access to the route. So now let's actually go to our about component. Okay. And our about component, by the way, is now I'm going to remove all of this. Our about component is this guy right here. Whoops. Oh, wow. Thank you, guys. Another donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. That is awesome. So this is our about component right there. Okay. And now what we're basically doing is let me just show you a visual here because I think it's going to be very helpful. Where is our restaurant component? Okay. So think about it like this, kind of. Okay. We're taking all the info out of our restaurant item. Okay, that we know about it. And here's what we're actually doing. So we're taking the name. Right? What else are we taking? So let's go to restaurant, not restaurant detail. Let's go to restaurant items. So there it is, right? Let's write that down. Taking the restaurant name. the image. And then we're taking, let's make it so you guys can see it. Let's put the name right there. Here's the image. We're also taking price. We are taking reviews, rating, and categories. So we're taking it from that component. Yeah, and we're passing it over to our About.js component. Okay, on the click. This is happening all on press. Okay, on press. Okay, that's actually what's happening. And now from this screen over here, we're actually destructuring this whole thing. Okay, so hence when I go to my About.js, you can see this giant destructuring happening. And that's what we're doing. We're actually just destructuring all this data and getting it back as an object that we're calling the Yelp restaurant info or whatever. Okay, so we're just gonna pull that. We're gonna pull all this information through route. Okay, and then we're gonna be able to have access to all of this information. So that's actually what's happening. Hopefully that's helpful for you guys. Okay. All right, so now let's go to our About. And in our About, we're going to pass in the props. Okay. And really the only prop we care about is called route. So here's how we're going to get access to this. So where we're doing the destructuring, let's go there. So we're going to move all of this inside of this component now. So let's do it like this. Okay. And instead of Yelp restaurant info, we're actually going to do props.route.params. Okay, and that is the object that contains all of this information. So send it from send it from here, from items, and get it in my About. Okay, that's how the information is being passed around. Hopefully that is easy for you guys to understand. Okay, awesome. So let's keep going. Again, guys, if you're enjoying this, or if you're getting discouraged, don't get discouraged by this because it does take a lot to build this. And if this is your first time or you're new to coding, that is okay. But I promise you, if you add this project to your portfolio, man, you're really going to have a solid shot at being able to get a recruiter to reach out to you, get an interview, maybe even get a job, right? There's a lot of people in the chat saying, hey, this project got me a job. This project got me a job. So it's possible for you. And that's why, I even want you to be a part of this challenge and get access to all of this for free. Click the button, click the link below. It has all of this for free for you. Okay, you just have to put in your name and email, all of this stuff. Okay, and you'll be able to download the images, the source code for the app, and all of that. Okay, and David, if we could also set them up so they can get the source code for the project too, please. Maybe just updating the PDF or something. Okay, cool. So this is now we're getting access to the information that we need. Okay. And honestly, this should work. This should work at this point. But let's take a look. Let's refresh our app just so it starts without any weird stuff. It's complaining about not having keys in restaurants. So let's go to restaurant items. And we just need to pass it a key. So key index. Okay. And now this view here does not need a key anymore. Okay. There we go. So touchable opacity now has a key. So that will stop complaining. Let's click farmhouse. And look at that. It's pulling the data from that farmhouse, right? So now when I clicked, boom, takes me straight to it. Let's go back. And let's see if I click Fable, it gets me that image. Boom, it gets me Fable's image. And look at this, guys. I'm also getting Fable's categories, American New, wine bars, breakfast and brunch. I'm also getting its price from Yelp. And I'm getting how many stars rating it has and how many reviews it has. It's all working. So let's go down here. Let's click Beretta, right? This is all being pulled from the Yelp API, you guys, straight up, right? And we're pulling all this information. $4, 3,800 reviews, and it works. Let's go back. Let's search up, let's go Chicago again. Click. Let's go to any random restaurant. Like, let's try to like really push this app, right? Let's go to the Delta. Click the Delta, and boom. See that? Southern cocktail bars, breakfast and brunch, $2 signs. Dude, this is so cool. If you guys are enjoying this and you like that one, smash that like button right now. Awesome. Let's keep on moving. Okay, beautiful. We got all of this to work. Okay, navigation is now working. We're also being able to pass the data exactly like how we want. So I believe that we're good with this. And now we're going to move on to the next one, which is going to be a pretty easy one actually, where we're just going to add checkboxes right there to the left of our images. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. And in order to do that, we need to actually install a few things. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to do yarn add. David, remind me to zoom out, please. Yarn add React Native bouncy checkbox. So we're going to install this. Okay. And that's the one we need. And we're also going to install tslib because I know it usually gives me errors later on. So let's just do yarn add tslib right now. Beautiful. Okay. So both of these are now installed. We're going to zoom out. Okay, we're good. Almost forgot that last time. All right, let's go to menu items and let's just add it. So it's going to be super easy. Menu item style. Let's go right underneath here. And we're going to go bouncy check box. Did I install it correctly? Why is it not auto completing? Bouncy checkbox. Box. Huh, doesn't import it. Okay, but let's see. Hopefully it's installed correctly. It's just taking a second to bouncy checkbox from React Native bouncy. Yep, it's reading it, so it's there. Now it's like probably cached, so it's good now. Okay, bouncy checkbox. Now if we go back, we're already seeing it. Look at how nice that is, right? This is a really nice library, bouncy checkbox, by the way. So it's right there. And now what we want to do is we want to give it an icon style. And we're going to say border color, give me light gray. And then border radius, I want you to give it to me of 0. So I'm overriding the default styling. Okay, so that's looking better. But we're going to we got to make it green. So we fill color. And we'll just go green. This. And now let's click it. And there we go. So now it's looking a lot more like Uber Eats. That's a really good sign. Awesome. So let's keep going, guys. We're doing great on this. Hey. Okay, actually, we're done with the checkbox. So that was simple, nice and easy. Now, every component, every time we go to this page, restaurant detail, we will have our checkbox. Now we're going to add our view cart button. Okay, so what's this view cart button I'm talking about? And I will show you, meant to show you, but I think I did not save these. So let me see if I can just like manually kind of pull them up for you guys. So view cart button is going to be not that one. Not that one either. This one. Okay. So that's the button now we're going to build. Okay. So this is going to be inside of what we call the ViewCart.js. Okay. So let's start working on this now. So inside of my components and under restaurant detail, we'll make a new file. And okay. And I will do ViewCart.js just like this. Okay. Let's just hit RNF, view cart. Okay, cool. And now we need to just make sure that we're importing this in our restaurant detail. So let's go to our restaurant detail. Okay. Let's do this right now because view cart is going to need access to navigation and stuff. So let's just pass it in right now. Let's go view cart and we'll do navigation. Navigation. This is the part we're going to need a lot later, but we're just doing it a lot earlier. Let's go restaurant name route.params.name. Okay, let's close this off and make sure to import this view cart, right? So let's go here and hit enter. Okay, just wanted to get some water, guys. In the meantime, enjoy the full app tour. This is going to be the full app. All right, we're back. We are back. Hey. Okay, so let's continue now. Passing the right information. Let's go to our view cart component. And now let's pull this information, okay, and then show it. So let's start off with our text. Our text is just view cart. It's going to have a... It's white text, right? You guys, as you guys can see at the bottom. So we're going to do style. And I'm going to say color. We'll say white. Font size is going to be 20. Okay, it's still not showing up. You're still not going to necessarily see it right away. Okay, it's like, where is it? I don't see it. It's okay. We'll see it soon enough. Okay. We'll wrap it. Because it's a button, I'm going to wrap it in touchable opacity. Touchable opacity. And then I'm going to style it. Okay. And yeah, and let's give it a margin top of 20. Again, I'm going to move through the styling kind of quick, guys, because I want to get to some of the Redux portions for you guys soon enough. Align item center, because remember, everything about this button is in the center. Right? Like a view cart is in the center. That's why. Padding 13. So it's going to fill up the button. Border radius. So the button is rounded and not just like a rectangle. Width of 300. So it's not too big or too small. And we're going to give it position relative. Okay. And then we're going to wrap it inside of a view. And this view is going to have the styling of flex direction. We're going to have row. Okay, and we're going to have justify content. Justify content. I'm going to do center. And then we're going to do width 100%. Okay. And then this entire thing is also going to be wrapped up in a view. So let's go here, paste it. Let's go back up. Okay, let's save it. And this view is the really important one, right? So we're going to give it a flex of 1. Align items. We're going to say center. And then we're going to go here. We will say flex direction, row, position. We'll give it absolute, bottom 130. And then we're going to give it a Z index of 9999. This is just so that button shows up no matter where we are. Let's go here. And now you can see the view cart button is actually showing up. Hooray! Let's go. Okay. So... all good there. Okay. It does look a bit high to me, honestly. Okay, so we can actually we can kind of move it down if we wanted. Okay. Cool. Justify. Do we have justify content here actually? Let's add in justify content in here as well. Justify content center. Cool. Okay. That's good. This is good. Touchable opacity on this. Let's just double check this. This looks good. It's good. Good. Okay, great. So there we go. We have our view cart button showing up. Okay, and it's looks good. All right. And let's keep on rocking and rolling now. Okay, let's go to our cool. I'm just making sure the styling is right on this. Okay, so I think it's an important thing about this. Okay, and then we're gonna call it view cart, right? So like let's go view cart like this. Okay, and yeah, if we want, we can just move it down for now. Okay, so I just moved the bottom to 80 for now. Okay, view, touchable opacity, view, yes. Clean. Okay, all good. And now let's go ahead to and add our Redux portion to this app now. Okay, so this is where we're gonna start getting, oh wait, hold on. The restaurant name is actually not showing up. I don't know if you guys realize it or not, but that's in we have a problem actually with our about component. So let's go to our about component. And why is restaurant name not showing up? So restaurant name. We're destructuring name, right? Let's go to our restaurant detail. Restaurant. Yeah, that's spelled correctly. Let's go back here. Destructuring props.restaurant name, I think is what I need to do. Oh, wait. No. No. Let's go to not restaurant items. Let's go to restaurant. Let's go to restaurant items. Hold on, where am I passing? Let's go navigation. I'm passing the navigation. Isn't it inside of restaurant items? Oh, so why did it send me to menu items? That was weird. Name is restaurant name. Restaurant items. They show up on the home screen. Huh. Just need to fix this bug here, guys. Just making sure that we're good to go, actually. So, restaurant. Okay, let's go to our about component again. And we have our restaurant name. Yes, okay, there we go. It's because I did props.title, so props.name. There we go. Now it's better. Thank God. Okay, that was annoying. That's why bottom is going to be 130 and not 90. Perfect. All is well. Let's keep on going. Holy bejesus. Okay, so instant replay for anybody that missed that. Props.name, not props.title. Okay, props.name. That will fix your bug if you were also in this. Okay. So Awesome. Now let's actually work on the Redux functionality, okay? So this is where we're going to get a little bit advanced, but it's okay. Just hang in there with me. So we're going to do yarn add. And I'm going to zoom in here real quick so you guys can see it. David's favorite part. Okay, so we're going to do yarn add React Redux like this. Oh, you guys missed that. It's React-Redux. Okay, that's it. Like, it'll show up at the top as well, and it's showing up here. There we go. Just like this, React-Redux, and you don't need to put the @ sign, just that. So yarn add React Redux, okay? Now I'm going to zoom out of the screen so we don't get stuck. All good. Beautiful. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. Thank you. Okay, so Redux is installed. I also don't need this Yelp restaurant info anymore, so I'm just going to delete it. And now we're going to set up a lot of the Redux stuff, okay? So for this, it's going to require a little bit of setup. That's what Redux always requires and why people get annoyed by it sometimes, okay? And why are we adding Redux? This is why we're adding Redux. I'll show you. We're adding Redux so we can actually do this. Add items to cart. And then when you hit checkout, it will throw them in the state or cart reducer, right? And then you'll be able to add items. You'll also be able to then remove items, okay? And the cart total will actually update. So if you missed that, just in case, I'm going to play this video again just so you can see that. Okay? So notice that the cart total is updating based on whether you remove items and add items. This is being managed by Redux. Okay, it's managing the state. And then later we're going to send that data over to our Firebase as well. So that's what we're working on now. Cool. So we made our, let's make our new folder. Let's call it Redux. Okay. And then inside of this folder, we're going to create another folder. And it's going to be called reducers. Okay. And then inside of Redux itself, we're going to create a file, and it's going to be called store.js. And inside of reducers, we're going to have index.js. And the other file we're going to have inside of reducers is going to be called cartReducer.js. So let's work on cartReducer now. So we're going to say let default state be selected items. Okay, so in the start, items are going to be empty, and restaurant name is also going to be empty like this. I'm going to do let cart reducer. And I will do, let's close that. Let's go right there. And we're going to do, which action type is it, right? We're going to do different things on different action types. So we'll just go case add to cart. Then do this. So if it's the case is add to cart, here's what I want you to do, right? So let new state. And we're making a deep copy of the original state. This is just making a deep copy, and it's going to be an object. And then I'm going to say new state is going to be new state selected items, right? I'm going to update this. So essentially, I'm going to update the selected items right here. And here's what I'm going to say. Items are now going to be whatever the state was plus the new action payload that we're actually sending. And then the restaurant name is going to be action.payload.restaurant name. Like this. Okay. So this will give us the add to cart functionality. Now I'm going to go down here. We'll also just print this out so you guys will be able to see it. We'll do new state. And I like to put like little emojis next to my console log so I can know that this is the right console log. Okay. And we're going to return this state. And we're going to do default return state like this. And all the way at the bottom, we're just going to export our cart reducer. Okay, so we're done with our cart reducer. Now we're going to go on in our index.js. And we're going to import this now. Or we're going to do import combined reducers, actually, from Redux. And we're going to take our cart reducer from cart reducer. Let reducers equals combine reducers. That's the annoying thing about Redux sometimes. There's a lot of boilerplate code. But once you set it up, then it's not so bad. Okay. But the setup of it can be annoying. And generally, when you start projects, you want to start them with like Redux template. So you don't have to write all this boilerplate code. Return the reducers. And then we're going to do export default root reducer. Okay. And then lastly, we're actually going to go inside of our store and we're going to say import create store from Redux. And do import reducer from the one that we just made, right? That combines all of the reducers from index. And then we're going to do export default function configure store. We're going to pass it the initial, not initial route name, initial state. Okay, and then we're going to return. No, that's not right. Actually, yeah, that's pretty much accurate. Yeah. Return create store reducer with the initial state. Yes, that's right. So we're good with this. Now what we got to do is we got to wrap the entire app inside of Redux. Okay, so let's import this for now. So let's go import provider as Redux provider from React Redux. And then we're going to import the store as well. Do import store from Redux/store like this. All right. And then what I want to do is I want to wrap the entire app inside of this. So we're going to do Redux provider, give it the actual store, and then we're going to go and close it off as Redux provider. There we go. Okay. Let's refresh. Okay. So we're getting some error somewhere. Let's just go ahead and double check what we're doing is right or not. So I'm going to go inside of my store.js. Create store, reducer, initial state, configure store, give it the initial state. Store.getState is not a function. Interesting. Index.js. I misspelled here. So it's cart reducer, the lower case C. Okay. I'm importing it twice for some reason. Okay. Import cart reducer, combine the reducers. Set the cart reducer to be cart reducer. Root reducer. Export the root reducer. Let's refresh. Okay, still having a problem with get state. Interesting. Let's see where the problem is. Action type. I'm exporting this as well. 70 likes away from what? Oh, almost 1500. Okay, got it. Okay, let's see. Store.getState is not a function. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna stop the server. I'm gonna start it again. Let's just make sure it's not that. Okay, it's like the guy that tells you no matter what your problem is, right? Like, have you tried restarting and starting the computer again? Like, so it could be that. And if it's not, then we'll go farther in our debugging session, but this doesn't cost us anything. It's easy to do. And okay, so let's go here and let's open up our app. So update available, that's good. It's creating the bundle. JavaScript, that's good. Okay, so there's probably a real problem that we're actually having now. Store.getState is not a function. What the heck is going on here, actually? It's the weirdest error. I've literally never gotten this error. It's bizarre. That state is not a function. Okay, let's Google this real quick. Store.getState is not a function. See, type error. Okay. So let's try something. Let's go in our store.js. And okay, I think I got the problem. Okay, I'm not initializing store. That's why it's actually becoming a problem, I believe. So I think I got to do const store equals this. And then I want to return store. And I think that's actually what's going to give me access to the store, I believe. Hopefully this should work. Oh, interesting. Still a problem. Okay, let's go to navigation.json. I want to make sure navigation.json is the right way. Oh, okay. Jesus. Okay, I'm not initializing the store. That's why I'm having a problem. I don't think I did that anywhere. Yes, I'm not doing this anywhere. Okay, we got it. So let's go const store equals configure store. There we go. Okay, and then we pass this store through. Configure. Okay. I'm just going to end the app and start it again. And let's check it out now. So we are making progress, so that's a good sign. But the bad sign is that we're still on it. So we're still, import store. Where's our configure store? I'm actually not importing my configure store anywhere. I'm just importing store, which is not correct. So let's actually get import configure store from the Redux store. And then we configure it. Let's refresh now. Oh man. Okay, awesome. It's gone now. That was supposed to go a lot smoother, but we got this. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep the energy up, guys. Let's keep going. Okay. So with all this boilerplate code, right, something is bound to go wrong. I wish I could stay here and do everything perfectly, but that's not reality. That's not how real development works, right? So you're going to come into bugs. The more important thing is, like, can you solve them? So when you're coding there alone, can you solve it? So it started off with me just Googling something, though that didn't help. But then I just started debugging one thing at a time, right? And then we finally got it where now our app is wrapped up properly and we're getting it to do what we need it to do. Okay, awesome. So we're good. Now let's keep on going. Okay. So all of our reducer stuff is done. Redux stuff is done. Now our store is made, right? So all we did, imagine this, okay? This is what I want you to imagine. What Redux really is allows you to make this like store or whatever you want to call it. Store, state, doesn't matter. Okay. And when we click the checkbox, what we want to do is add that item in there. Right? So for example, when we go to click this checkbox right here, or this checkbox right here, what we want to do is add this item into the store. Then when we click this, add this item into the store. That's all we did right now. We just created that store and we initialized and wrapped the entire app inside of it. And now we're going to be able to use things like dispatch. So dispatch is going to allow us to send and put stuff inside of the store. This is going to be dispatch. Okay. Technically, it's the use dispatch hook in React. And then we're going to also be able to retrieve information from the store. And this is a global state, right? So any of our components can get access to this. Child, parent, it doesn't matter. And for this, we're going to need a hook called use selector. Okay, let's make this smaller. All right. So use dispatch hook, right? It writes the data, or let's say it sends the data, and then this gets the data, use selector hook. Okay, so you're going to see me use dispatch. You're going to see me use selector. This is really what I'm doing. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, you can, because this is conceptually going to make it a lot easier what Redux is doing. Cool. Let's keep on going now. Okay, so let's go to menu items. All right. And inside of our menu items, I am... let's go down. First, let's import it manually. So let's do import use dispatch from React Redux. So I'm just manually importing it for now. So this is our use dispatch hook. So we can put stuff into the store. And now we're going to use it, okay? So let's go right inside of under our foods. Okay, and I'm just going to say const dispatch equals use dispatch. And then we're going to say const select item dispatch. Okay, we're going to say type add to cart. We're going to say payload is item. Okay. And then we can also pass in the restaurant name if we want to, but we'll just leave this as is for now. Okay, so we just created a function select item. All right. So this is going to be a select item function. Refresh. Okay, hooks can only be called. All right, let's add this inside of our menu items component. Hopefully we'll stop complaining. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, so this is our select item component that we actually just made right now. Function, right? And what this function is going to allow us to do is what we want to do is on press. When I press this, I want this function to run. I want this function here to run. And it's going to dispatch the item that I just selected. Okay? Perfect. Menu items. Let's go to... Cool. Okay, I'm gonna just change the music up just a little bit. Okay. So now we're gonna add that. So let's go to on press. So right underneath this bouncy checkbox, I'm just going to say on press. Okay. And we're gonna call that function select item food. Okay, so it's just gonna send the food information. So let's hit the checkbox. And now you guys can actually see this right at the bottom left. You guys can see that my Redux store is picking it up and showing that item that I'm clicking. So click, 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 click. Right? And that's exactly what we want, right? We wanted that. You want it, you got it. So this is the restaurant detail page. I'm going to go to restaurant detail page real quick. Do I have access to restaurant name? I actually do. I'm actually going to give this restaurant name information to menu items as well. Then I'm going to go to menu items. And what I'll do is I'll destructure this item. And then I'll say restaurant name is restaurant name. And I'll pass in restaurant name by destructuring it here. And hopefully that should give me access to the restaurant name. We'll see. Click. Beautiful. So now it's working. We're actually getting this restaurant name right there. Okay. Boom. Before it was saying undefined. So we're good with that. All right. Our restaurant name is popping up because this is something we'll need access to actually from time to time. So it's good that we have access to it. Great. Okay, cool. So now our order is being, dispatched. We're able to navigate in between the screens. Our Redux functionality is now working. We're able to add items to cart. So the next thing we're going to do, guys, is we're going to make it so we can take items out of our cart. Okay, so let's go to our cart reducer again. Let's go to our reducer, and we're going to add the ability to take items out. And here's how we're going to do that. Let's first go to menu items. Menu items. And I also want to send it information about the checkbox value. Okay. And it's going to be checkbox value like this. Okay. So where am I going to get this checkbox value from? Well, when I click inside of bouncy checkbox, whether there's a prop that actually gives you access to whether this checkbox, what's the value of this checkbox, okay? So we can actually get that from the onPress. So let's go to our onPress, and we're going to say, hey, get me the checkbox value. And it's going to return whether it's true or false. And I'm going to update my function, and I'm going to say, hey, take the checkbox value. Not only take the item, but take the checkbox value and send that over. And the reason why we're doing this, right, guys, is this. So let me see if I can actually show it to you. So let's hit checkbox here. And right now, if I actually leave this, right, and I come back, that information is still not there, right? So what we want to do is we want to make it so even when you leave and come back, that information actually will be there. Okay, so that's why we need the checkbox value. Okay, so checkbox value, passing it in. And now we need to pass it in here, checkbox value right there. Okay, so now let's click lasagna, right? And checkbox value actually says true. Let's uncheck it. And now checkbox value says false. So what we want to do is if the checkbox value is true, then add to cart. If it's false, remove from cart. Okay, so let's go here. And we're going to write an else statement. Okay. And then this else statement, we're going to put it, where should we actually put it? I think we could put it right about here. Okay. Where is my case? Actually, sorry, I have to first wrap it in an if, my bad. So let's wrap this inside of an if statement here. So I'm going to say if action.payload.checkbox value all right, then do this. else, we're going to do something else. Okay, so let's go ahead and all right, let me just make sure that we're going to get this one right. All right, so let's get this return actually outside here. Let's put this right there for now. Okay, so if we add to cart, then the new state is going to be like this: whatever the item previously was, plus whatever we sent in, plus the new restaurant name. Otherwise, here's what I want you to do. Okay, and here we'll also say remove from cart, just so you guys can visually see this as well. And right here, I'll say console log add to cart. Okay, and then we'll say the new state is okay, and we'll say whatever the state previously was, and we're going to filter it. All right, we're going to filter it by item. Actually, I can just return it directly. So we're going to do filter by item.title, where it does not equal action.payload.title. All right. So all this basically means is if my item is found inside of my cart, but the checkbox was false. So if the checkbox is false, then simply filter out my item that was in the cart. Okay. So action, let's spell it correctly. Right, so this will give me the item that I just uncheckboxed, and if it was already inside of my items, then I just want you to like filter it out of my items. Okay, and then we'll also go and give it restaurant name is just going to be action.payload.restaurant name. Okay, there we go. Damn. All right, guys, we're still at 100 viewers and almost $35 in donation. That is awesome. So thank you guys. If you guys are enjoying this, again, smash that like button. Okay, so remove from cart right now, and then return whatever the new state is. Okay, awesome. So let's actually take a look if this is working or not. If it's broken, oh snap a doopy. Here we go. Thank you so much. David Ricosi just donated $10. And thank you, David. I really appreciate it. That is awesome. Thank you, brother. Okay. Dope, dope, dope. Cool. Let's remove from cart. Ooh. We're breaking now. Can't find variable, new state. So this new state is going to be defined all the way up here. All right. So literally right where we do add to cart. So it's going to be outside of this checkbox thing. Okay. All right, let's go back. Let's hit the checkbox. Can't find variable. I should be able to find it because it's right here. It's pretty global actually at this point. Okay, if else Is this in there actually? Yeah, I think it might be like that. It's probably inside. It's inside of add to cart, I believe. So let's go double check. Okay, now it's good. There we go. Boom, look at that, right? So add to cart right? And we'll actually see here, it says add to cart. Nice, it's working. Wow, Amana just donated $5.51 and made it a total of $50. Thank you, Amana, appreciate it. So add to cart, and when I click here, it will actually remove it from cart. As you guys can see right there, remove from cart. Okay, so now it's actually picking it up and it's working exactly like expected. Beautiful, guys. Now let's actually go on and add conditional rendering. So this view cart button only shows up once we have an item selected. Okay, it shouldn't show up otherwise. But guys, so far you've done awesome. We're pretty much done with the Redux part, you guys. That was a huge thing that we had to do. We're still going to be doing some more things with it, but so far you guys are pretty good with it. All right, so add additional cart. Now we're going to do view cart button, okay? So let's go to our view cart button, and let's go at the top. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get access to all of the items using the useSelector hook. All right, and then we're going to say state.cartReducer.selected items.items. Like this. Okay, and that's like, hey, what is this useSelector thing? I have no idea. All good. We're just going to import it. useSelector from React Redux. All right. So that's just putting its hands into the state and grabbing the items outside of it, okay? Great. So, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to do const total, and we're going to do items.map. Okay, and we're going to call number on this, item.price, replace it with every $, replace it with an empty string, and then call .reduce on that, and simply just accumulate. So we're going to do previous comma current, and then we're going to do previous plus current, and to start the accumulator from 0. So if you're looking at this and you're like, what the heck is going on here? Let me just explain real quick. So when we get the price array back, or we're going to get the items, we're going to get them back like this, right? We're going to get all these items. So we're going to map through the items, right? And then we're going to get each of the price. So remember, the price initially is going to be looking like this. So price is going to be like $13.50, right? So why I'm doing .replace is I'm replacing this $sign with an empty string. So what that does is it turns it into $13.50 like this. Now that looks like a number, I can actually call number on that specific string. And what that will do is it will turn it into a number that will say 13.5. And now what's nice about that 13.5 is I'll end up with an array of those numbers, right? So I'll have an array that'll be like 13.5, 25, right? 19.5, whatever. And then I'll call my reduce function. And what my reduce function will do, right, is I'm going to call it on that array, right? And what my reduce function will do is it'll do 13 plus 20.5, and it will accumulate it down and distill it down to one number. That's what reduce does. It will take that entire array, sum up all of these, right, and then reduce it to this. I'm starting the accumulator at 0, and then reduce will take in two things. The first one is a callback function. The second one is a accumulator. Well, starting the accumulator at 0, and this is just previous plus current. So it's going to be 13.5 plus 20.5. Then it's going to be like 20.5 plus 19.5, and we're going to keep adding to this here. Okay, cool. So there you go. We have the total, and then now that's going to be the number version, and we want to turn it back into a string so we can then show it on the screen. So I'm going to do total dot to locale string, and we're going to do this, and we're going to give it a style of currency, could do that too, but we'll leave it as that. And we'll give it a currency of USD. So it looks like dollars. Okay. And let's console log this out before we go further, because I know it's a lot that we just did. Some heavy JavaScript work going on here. So let's go here. Let's click. Right. And we got 1350 right there, as you guys can see. Oh, snap, son. We just got another $10 donation from Francisco Alarcon. It says, let's go, Kazi. Yo, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. Let's go, guys. Thanks for the love. All right. That team support is real. Okay, beautiful. So now let's click the tandoori chicken, and you can see 32.7. Let's click this, 47.2. Let's remove it. Now it's 32.7. Let's remove this. Now it's 13.5. And look at that, right? It's happening all instantaneously. So we have access to our total USD. Now we just need to wrap this entire thing in conditional rendering. So that means, first of all, I need to just wrap it in some empty JSX fragments like this. And then what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to say total. If total is there, then I want you to do this. If total is there, I want you to do that. Okay. Otherwise, I want you to render nothing. Wait, hold on. Why is it choking here? Okay, so here, and then wrap this in parentheses too. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. That's weird. But the first one is wrapped in parentheses, so either do this, and then this one is wrapped in parentheses, do this. Parentheses is just really short for like return, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so render empty or render all of this, based on if total exists or not. So let's go here. Look at that. ViewCart is not showing up at the bottom, right? You don't see it. And then when I click here, now it shows up. When I click here, it still stays there. And when I unselect all of them, it goes away. So that's perfect. Now we also want to display the total on that ViewCart button. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we have the ViewCart button. That looks good. Let's give the ViewCart a little margin, right? Margin, right? Give it 30. Okay. Background color. Let's actually give it flex direction of row. Let's also do a couple of other. Actually, not here. Actually, let's get out of here. Let's not just do it to the touchable opacity. Let's actually do that to pretty much the main view. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm confusing you guys. So let's come back to the touchable opacity. Let's leave the flex direction to row. Let's come back to this and let's do justify content. And I'm going to do flex end. And then let's do padding 15. And we're going to update our 13 padding. Okay. Let's see it. Okay, so you see ViewCart is showing up like to the right like that. Weird. That's all good. That's just because we want to be able to add in another text. So right underneath this, we're going to add another text. This text is going to read the total USD. Okay, and then we're going to give this text a color. We're going to do style, color, white. And now we actually see the text. And we're going to give it a font size of 20. There we go. All right, so we got ViewCart, we got the total, and now let's uncheck the box, check the box, and you can see that the total is actually accumulating. That's exactly what we wanted, right, guys? So we have it here. Okay, this is exactly what we wanted. Perfect. So that's good. And now we want to add the ability so we can retain cart items. That's the next thing we want to do, because right now when I leave and I come back, look at that. That's a nasty bug, right? Look, nothing is selected, yet it's still saying 13.5. Let's select this. Let's go back. Let's come back. Nothing is selected, yet it still says 32.7. And when I click it, it adds even more, right? And when I click this, it adds even more. Even though they were never selected, and now it just all went away. It's weird. It's a weird state management thing going on, right? So let's actually fix this bug. If you're watching this, you know, right now you're watching this live, I know, but like if you're ever watching this recorded as well, you could pause here and see if you could fix this. So here's what we're gonna do to fix it, okay? We're gonna use a useSelector hook. So I'm gonna say const cart items. And I will use a useSelector, and I'm gonna do get me the state and cart reducer inside of that state, get me the selected items, and then get me the actual items inside of there. So that'll give me the current items that are in the cart. And now I'm gonna write something kind of fancy and nice. So I'm gonna see, is food in cart? Okay. And basically what I'm gonna say is return to me true or false. That's what I want. And look for the food that I just selected. There we go. And let's go down to about here on the near the on press. A bouncy checkbox. Let's add in something, and we'll say is checked is equal to is food in cart. So all we're saying here is let's import the useSelector hook. So let's go here. Let's do useSelector import. So there's the import right there. So all we're saying here from this like weird complicated looking line is we're saying this. If the said food in question, so this one, for example, the one we're about to click, if the one that I just clicked, let's say we have this global cart here, right? This is our state. This is our store, state, Redux store, Redux state, whatever, right? If we already have, let's say, a lasagna in here, okay, what I want you to do is make sure that this checkbox of that item, when you render this page, right, make sure it's checked. If this lasagna matches up with that lasagna right there, these two names match, make sure the checkbox is checked. If it's not in the state, then just return false and uncheck it. That's why this is wrapped in a Boolean. So first I'm doing find. Right, find will look and see if it actually finds the whether the cart item is found inside of the current food that we just selected. Okay, and find will return an array or return something with that find. So it'll return something, right? If it returns something, then this will be true. If it returns nothing, then it's false. So that's how that's happening. Cool. So checkbox, checkbox, checkbox. Let's get out of here. Let's come back. And the checkboxes are not there still, actually. So let's go ahead and see. Is checked. So it's misspelled. Let's check them. Let's go back. Let's come back. Still not there. Let's refresh. Maybe we misspelled something else, but we'll find out in a second. Okay, so what is happening here? Whoa! Wow, let's go! Damn, Dennis. Dennis Ivy says, damn, dude, you still live? Props, man. Haha, I see what you did there, buddy. It's a React joke for my React nerds. Props. Thanks, bro. Thanks for giving me props. I appreciate it. And Dennis, much love, bro. Thank you so much. This actually means a lot. That's a huge freaking donation. Guys, just with Dennis, we're all the way almost to like $79. Guys, we're almost at $80. Okay, so Dennis, David, Amana, Frankie, and then everybody else that donated as well. Thank you guys so much. Much love. Let's keep on rocking and rolling here. So something funny is happening because the state is supposed to be remembered, but it's not being remembered. And it's checked. Okay. Okay. Is food in cart? Cart items, find, look for that food. If it's equal to that, I want you to do your thing. Cart items. Yes. Okay, let's refresh the app. Let's come back to it again with a fresh mind. Select, unselect, unselect. All of this is working. Let's go back. Let's come back. It's food in cart. Interesting. Okay, so I know I'm getting my cart items. Where's my bug? I'm getting my cart items. Then I'm searching for them. It's food in cart is checked. Am I spelling this correctly? I'm spelling this correctly, right? That's spelled correctly. I'm just going to do stop server and start it again, though I don't think that's what it really is in this case. I actually think that I'm doing something wrong here, actually. Interesting. Okay, so let's... I'm going to just close this out. And let's start this again. I don't think it's a restarting problem. I don't think so. Okay, so let's go back. Select. Go back, come back. Yeah, this is not a restarting problem. Okay, so bouncy checkbox is food in cart. Oh my god, Jesus. So freaking annoying. I'm not returning anything. So I would have found out soon enough because I was going to start writing console logs in here. I am not returning this. And that's because I put squigglies and it's supposed to be parentheses. And the reason for that is because I'm implicitly returning this right away. So there. So it's supposed to be a return. Okay. Or you can just not have anything, which is even cleaner. Because if it's just one line, you can just write it like that. So there you go. What is it complaining about? Return outside of function. Okay. So again, actually, let's find. Okay, so you could do an implicit one if you want. Oh. I see what the problem was. There we go. And now let's remove this. And now it's good. There you go. Now it's returning it. Okay, let's refresh our app. 1, 2, 3. Let's go back. Let's clickety-clack. Let's go back. Let's come back. Hey! There we go. Select all 4. Leave. Come back to the restaurant. Yo. Okay, beautiful. So now it's actually retaining all of the information that we were looking for, right? So that means we're very happy. This is exactly what we wanted. Okay. Yep. Okay, great. So this is good to go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add the ability to show the modal. Okay, guys? So we're kind of coming close to the end. All right? We're coming close to the end. If you guys are watching along and enjoying this, it's great. And just keep fighting through this. We're very close. I'm enjoying this project so much. Awesome. I'm glad to hear. Okie dokie. Cool. So let's go inside of ViewCart. We're going to add our checkout modal content now. Okay. We're gonna start working on our modal now. So a few things we need to install first. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in. I'm zooming in, David. Help. All right, so we're gonna install a few things. We're gonna do yarn add, and we're gonna do React Native reanimated. Okay, hit enter. So that's the first thing that we need to install. The second thing we're actually gonna need to install is reanimated bottom sheet. Okay, so we're going to do yarn add reanimated bottom sheet. Just like this, and hit enter. Boom, son. So now both of these are installed. That's perfect. Let's go to our ViewCart. All right. And we'll import Modal now from React Native. Okay. And we'll also need our useState hook. So let's put that here. And I do not need these notes anymore. Oh! Whoa. We need to zoom out. Wow. Here we go. Unzoom. Thank you. All right. So we imported Modal. And all I did is import useState, import Modal. Okay, nothing fancy happened. I'm gonna remove all of this here. And now we're gonna keep track of states. So we're gonna do const Modal set, or actually we're gonna do Modal visible, and we're gonna do set Modal visible, and do useState, and we're gonna set it to be false. Okay. And then we're gonna make a new function. Okay, a new little thingy-majigger that's going to have all the information about this modal thing. So we're going to do const checkout modal content. Okay. And I'll just leave it like this for a second. Let's come down here. Let's actually add our modal right here. So I'm going to say modal. I'm going to say animation type equals slide. Let's close it. Let's make it self-closing now. Gonna visible, we'll say modal visible. We'll do transparent is true. And we'll go on request, close, set modal visible to false. There we go. Okay, so our modal is now good to go. Actually, let's not make it a self-closing tag because we're going to need to render stuff inside of here. So let's close it here. Okay, and and then we'll render checkout modal content. Okay, and this is JavaScript, so wrap it in JSX. Squigglies here, make it JSX. Okay, and now inside of this modal, here's what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna do return, and then we'll say text checkout, right? We're gonna give it a style. We're gonna give it a color of white, and let's wrap this text in touchable opacity. And we'll say on press. So what we want to do is we want to make it so when you click the checkout, so ViewCart should open the modal, hitting checkout should close the modal. And we're going to say set modal visible to false. Okie dokie. So we're done with the modal here. I mean, not really. Actually, not at all. let's wrap this in a view. Okay, you'll be able to see it in a little bit. It's just, we'll show it to you once it's ready. Okay, let's give it a style. And let's go background color of black. We will go padding of 10. This is, I'm styling the button. Okay, border radius of 30. This is going to be the checkout button. Width of 150. And then align items of center. Okay, so when I say I'm making the modal, I should also probably visually show what I'm talking about. And here's what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's see if we can show it. ViewCart modal. So this is what we're working on. We're working on this part right here. So first, we're going to make the checkout button appear, right? And then after that, we're going to make that white modal part plus that like dark background in the back. So, I'll remove this because I'm worried I will forget to remove it. Okay. So align item center like this. Hey, war paint. Let's go. Leaf showing up. Leaf's like just randomly showed up at the end. Love the result. We'll watch later. Much love. Awesome. Thank you. All right, so let's just go ahead and add a couple of those things now, guys. Okay, so let's style this and let's add in another view at the top. Okay. Let's do a view right there. And we'll wrap the entire thing inside of this view. And now let's style this view. And we're going to say flex 1, justify content center. We will also say align items center. And then we'll say margin top 30. Okay, there we go. And so now we should actually have something that's render ready. So let's click view cart. Okay, we don't see anything yet. So let's see. Probably to view cart, we need to add in and on press. We need to say, yes, set modal visible to true. So meaning like show the modal when I click. So there we go. Now when I click checkout, it hides it. So view cart, checkout, hide it. Right? That's exactly what we created. So great job on this, guys. We just added a very basic, not a very pretty looking modal. Okay, but it's it gets the job done. Okay, so now we're gonna actually start making this modal a little bit fancier. So we're gonna make the modal so it actually displays the items in the cart as well. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to make this order item component. And just to show you what this order item component actually is it's going to be this one right here. Okay, so you guys see where like each order is on its own like little line, right? You see that little the line going. You see where it says tandoori chicken and then it says the number. And then there's a line underneath it. Then it says chilaquiles. So each of those rows, that is a component. We're going to call it order item. That's going to be an order item component. So let's go ahead and make that right now. So inside of my restaurant detail, I'm going to say order item.js. And let's just build this out pretty fast. I want to just speed this part up a little bit because I know the build is already getting long. Okay, and here's what we're going to be doing. Okay, so order item it depends on an item as you saw, and it needs the title and the price. Okay, so let's go title, comma, price, this, and we'll do item. Okay, and then here's what we want to do, right? Show the text. And then for the text, what I want to do is I want to style it, and I want to say font weight 600. I'm going to make my font size 16. Okay, and then the title will be whatever the title of that food is. And then I want to have another text. This is also, we're going to make the font size of it 16. All right. And then the price is going to be whatever the price is. All right. And now all we need to do actually is style it right here. So style, and I'm going to say flex direction row, because remember, all of them are going to be in a row, right? So that's why that's important. We're going to justify content to have space in between each other. This needs to be this. That. Padding of 20. We're going to have border bottom width of 1. That's how we're going to get that black line underneath it. And border bottom color. Okay, so this is going to give that color. So we're done with our order item component. And we're going to be ready to use it pretty soon in our menu items, actually. So let's go to our view cart. And now we're going to change a couple of things up, okay? So a few things we actually want to add. So let's go to the top, and a few things we want to add are, we want to do this. We not only need the items information, we actually need the cart information, the restaurant information too. Why do we need that? Here's why. Because when this modal shows up, it needs to know the name of the restaurant. So you see where it says Fig Restaurant? We need access to that, okay? So ViewCart then needs access to it, so it can then pass it down to its child, okay? The modal. So let's go in here. And here I'm getting items. I'm just going to destructure this, and I'm going to say, give me items and restaurant name. Except instead of items, I'm just going to say, get me back this. Okay. So this is just going to get me back an object with items in it and another key, which is called restaurant name. And I'm just going to destructure that right here. Okay. And now we're going to do a bunch of styling. And the goal of that styling is just to really like simplify all this crap that we're doing here, okay? So let's create that styling now. We can add that styling pretty much anywhere we want. But I'm actually going to add it right above this like modal thing. So let's do const styles is equal to style sheet dot, actually let's import it, style sheet dot create. And then we're going to do modal container. So now I'm going to style the modal container. Okay. And you know what, visually I'll just leave this here so you guys can see this, and then maybe David, remind me to remove this please at some point. So I'm leaving this right here. So when we build it in the app, then we can actually see it together, guys. Container, flex 1, justify content, flex end. Okay, background color, and we'll give it that dark color. Light black color. Okay, so that actually gets us that dark color that you guys see right here, right? That gets us that color. Why we're doing flex end is so then this modal thing actually shows up at the bottom here instead of the top. And flex 1, so it takes up the whole freaking screen. Okay, so that's the modal container styling. Then we're going to have the modal checkout container. And this is going to be the background color is going to be white. Padding, we're going to give it 16, height 500, and border width, I'm going to give it 1. And then let's create modal checkout button. The styling for the modal checkout button. And here's how this is going to work. So we're going to text align this to be in the center. We're going to font weight to be 600. All right. Font size is going to be 18. And then margin bottom is going to be 10. There we go. We're also going to have a subtotal container. I'll give it a flex direction of row. Justify content space between. We'll give it a margin top of 15. Okay. And then we'll have a subtotal text. Text align. We'll do left. Font weight 600. We'll do font size 15, margin bottom 10. Okay, so our styling portion, a lot of it is done. Now we actually just need to go and in our checkout modal content, do this the right way, okay? So our checkout modal content now, instead of that, okay, it's going to actually have the new styles that we passed it. So I'm going to remove. We can actually, I think, remove most of the stuff. Yeah, we can actually remove pretty much everything from this here. All right, let's just start this from scratch. That will be like cleaner. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap this in empty JSX fragments. And I'm going to say view style. And we're going to do styles.modal container. Okay. And then we're going to do view. And we're going to give this the style. Styles.modal checkout container. All right. And then in here, I'm going to have my text. And this text is actually going to be the name of the restaurant. So let's do restaurant name. And we'll give it this proper styling. So let's do styles dot restaurant name. So here's what we'll do, okay? This modal checkout thing that I have, modal checkout button, that's not actually an accurate name. Yo, we just had 1,500 likes. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Much love. And instead of modal checkout button, we're actually going to call it restaurant name. Okay. And so here, and this is in already an object, so I don't need to wrap it like that. There we go. So look at that. All that styling that we added, right? And it's working. Yeah, like look at this. It's showing up. It's doing what it needs to do. So I'm pretty happy about that. Now I deleted a bunch of the stuff about the checkout button, which we'll add back in just a second. Okay. Nice. Lots and lots of likes. Oh. Okay, there you go. There you go. So sorry, you guys couldn't see it, but now you guys can. So look at this, right? The modal is popping up. Let's hit refresh just so you guys can see it again. Let's click and let's hit view cart. And look at that. So the restaurant title is being passed correctly because it's beachside bar. And, you know, the whole screen, the background is actually going black, right? Cool. All right. So so that's the background screen is the entire container, right? And then inside of it, we have the modal checkout container, which is this checkout container right here. And then we have the restaurant title right there. Okay. And now what we need to do is we need to actually show our order items. Okay. So right underneath this restaurant text, we're actually going to render. We're going to go item. And we're going to say for each item, get me the index. Right? And we're going to do it like this. Paste this here. I know right now it's going to break for a second, so we'll do order item. And then get me the key. For the key, give it index. And for item, actually just give it the item that I have selected. Okay. So identifier expected. Okay, let's see here. So close this, close that, close this. Oh, I see. Order item is not being closed. There we go. So order item is not being closed, and item information about items is being pulled from the cart items. So this is like from the Redux state, and then I'm rendering them, and then I'm showing them. So that should work. Oh, can't find variable order item. Let's import it. So that component is now being imported. We got order item right there. Let's click back. Let's hit view cart. And look at that, guys. All of our order items are now showing up. So let's refresh, right? Let's go back. Let's select like a bunch of items. And let's go here and look at that. All 3 of those items are showing up with their totals. This is so sick. Okay, I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. Now let's keep on going. Okay, so now that we're done with this, let's say we're gonna do this. Okay, let's see. This is the best way to learn, in my opinion. Nice. Yeah, thank you. Cool. So right underneath this items.map, let's actually take a look what we need to do now. So I'm looping through. Okay, so now we're gonna actually right underneath this have another view, right? Right underneath this, actually. Text. Yeah, and this view is going to actually contain styles.subtotal container. Okay, and inside of this, I'm going to have my text, and my text is going to say subtotal. Okay, so you guys can see the subtotal is now showing up on the screen. Yeah. Okay. And now we're actually going to give it some styling. So let's do style. Let's do styles.subtotal text. There you go. So now it's like nice and bold. And we're going to have another text, and this is going to be just a total USD. There we go. So $47.20. That's perfect. That's right there. Okay. And now underneath this, we need to have our checkout button. Okay. So the checkout button, we already created it. So we'll use the already created code. Okay. And this time we'll kind of write it a little bit faster. So we'll go through this real quick right now. Modal checkout container. Yeah, it still needs to be within that. Right, and then we're going to do view. And we'll do style for this is going to be flex direction, row, justify content center. Okay. And then inside of this view, we're going to have our text that's going to say checkout. So we'll say text. And this text will say checkout. Okay. And this text actually will be wrapped in a touchable opacity, which I believe should be imported already. And let's go touchable opacity here. All right, so you guys can see the checkout is right there. I can actually click it, right, and it flashes. So that means it's correctly in the touchable opacity. And we're going to now style this. So let's go style. We'll give it a margin top of 20, so it's a little bit farther from the subtotal. We'll give it a background color of black. There we go. Let's give it an align items of center. Let's give it a padding of 13. Let's give it a border radius of 30. I'm going to give it a width of 300 and a position of relative. Woo! Okay. So now the checkout button is starting to look good. The only reason why you can't see it is because its color is actually white, right? And that's why we couldn't see it. And the font size is actually much bigger as well. So let's go font size, and we're going to go 20. And so now the checkout button looks way better than it was looking earlier. Richard says, oh my God, I finally made it to one of your lives. You guys are so amazing. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate the love and the energy and the excitement. Nightbot is going to yell at you, but I appreciate it. Dope. Okay. So this is looking good. Now all we need to do is we give it an on press like we had earlier, right? So like let's give it an on press, which is set the modal to false, right? So if I hit checkout, close the modal, view cart, boom, look at that. How nice is that? Hey. Okay. So it's good to go on that. And then of course, the other thing we're going to add is the total. Okay, we need to add the total. So when I go to view cart, the checkout does not have the total right next to it. So we want the checkout to have the total right next to it. So let's add that now. Let's go text. And this text is simply going to contain this following. Okay, so if there's a total, then I just want you to show total USD. Otherwise, show it empty. And we're going to style this, and we're going to say position absolute. Oh, oops. Like this. I'm going to say position, and a position absolute it. Okay, so let's go back, view cart. Total, then give me total USD. Otherwise, give it to me empty. Okay, so position absolute. And now we're going to go right of 20. Right, color, give it white. There we go. So now you guys can see that that text is showing up actually, right? Of $47. And then let's go font size 15. Yeah. And then we'll go top 17 actually. Okay, perfect. Okay, cool. So at the end of this, guys, we're going to give you access to all of the source code as well. So you guys have access to this. I'm going to push this so you guys can have it for yourselves and enjoy it. Okay, so, I mean, honestly, this modal is looking pretty freaking good to me, guys. Like, honestly, the modal is doing everything that it needs to do. I hit checkout and it goes back, view cart, boom. You know, let's unselect these items. Let's go some other restaurant. Let's click. Let's hit view cart. It's showing up and the modal looks good, right? It's even rendering the restaurant name correctly. So that's beautiful. That's awesome. Let's hit checkout and close out of that. Great. So we're done with all of this. This is good. And now let's add the Firebase portion. So what is this Firebase portion about, you ask? It's about this. Check it out. You're going to be building this functionality. You're going to be able to hit checkout and it's going to add that item to your cart, meaning it's going to add it to your Firebase database. Okay. So watch this again. You select tandoori chicken, you hit checkout, and boom, that item is now added to your Firestore. Okay. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So first things first, here's what you're going to need. Let's go right here. And you're going to need to go to Firebase, okay? So firebase.google.com, like this. And now on here, click go to console, right? And then inside of our console, we're going to make a project if we don't have one already. Okay, so we'll make a new project and we'll call it React Native, Uber Eats, clone, YouTube. Okay. I don't need to enable Google Analytics for this project. You can if you want to, but I personally don't care about it that much. So let's go through the setup. And once I go through the setup, I'll hopefully remember to remove myself and go back to the regular screen. Right, David? Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. Let's hit continue. And now this is what we want to do here, right? Let's go inside. Click where it says web. Click that. We're going to create a web app, and we're just going to say Uber Eats clone. React Native. Okay, you can call it whatever you want. Let's do register app. We don't need hosting for this. And we're going to need all this code right here, the Firebase config. So I copied it. Okay, that's what I did. And we're going to create a new file here. And this is going to be called Firebase.js. And inside of here, I'm going to do import Firebase from Firebase. And it's going to be like, I don't know what that is. And it's going to start freaking out. So here's what we need to do. We need to actually install Firebase, okay? So, oh wow, Moneth is here. Nice. So I was like so shocked. All right, let's go. Not yarn add. This is the tricky part, okay? So make sure you do expo install Firebase like this. Okay? Expo install Firebase. That's the only tricky part. If you don't do that, you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught. It's not going to be fun. And this is the part, if you haven't done yarn add tslib, do that too, because that's another one of those things that's going to screw you over. So remember, yarn add tslib. Okay, it looks like this. Yarn add tslib, like that. Because sometimes you get an error for that. Okay, so I'm going to paste my Firebase config here. Okay, so that's my database. Okay, cool. And then we're just going to say if firebase.apps.length is something, okay? So if there is no Firebase app, then what I want you to do is I want you to initialize it with the Firebase config. Otherwise, use the existing app. That's what it's saying, okay? That's what this code is saying here. So this is important. Have this in your app. Otherwise, your app is not going to run. And then let's do export, export default, Firebase, like this. Okay. So now what this is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to get access to our Firebase data. All right. Firebase, and we'll be able to use our database that we just created. Cool. We can export a database as well if we create it here, because that's all we really need access to, not Firebase. But whatever, let's not get fancy. Let's just do it like this for now. Okay, so I'm going to go to my ViewCart component now, and let's do import Firebase from Firebase. Okay. It will also auto import for you, so if you don't want to do it this way, you don't have to. Okay. I'm going to make a new function. I'll make it right here. And we'll call it const add to fire add order to Firebase, like this. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to say set my database to firebase.firestore. Okay. And I'm going to say get me from my orders collection. Now, you might be like, hey, wait. We don't have orders collection. Yes, we don't. You're right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to our app. We're going to go to our authentication, or not authentication. We're going to go to our Firebase database. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. So not authentication, Firebase database. So Cloud Firestore, hit create database, hit start in test mode. Okay. And hit next. Oh, what happened? Start in text mode, next, and enable. Hey, yo, we're almost done. We got 79 troopers behind us. Let's go. This is what you do, right? You see the weak ones fall off, and you see the strong ones stay. Cut the herd. Survival of the fittest, baby. These are the people that are gonna get jobs, or the people who just showed up late, and that's fine too. Hey, okay. So we just made our database. Let's just go check our rules. Your rules should say something like this, okay? If it says like false here, you're screwed. Make sure it says like true. Or if it says this. So allow reader write if the request time is blah, 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 blah. This is the year. This is the month 10, and then 19. So let me actually do this right now. You don't have to change your security rules, but I think I might. So I might make it 9. Which is September, right? And then I'm going to make it so it's available until September 23rd. Okay. That way, if somebody even got my keys, it'll only work for a few days. My database would only work for a few days. Okay. So let's hit publish, just in case we forget. So we're going to create a new collection, and it's going to be called orders. Okay. And auto ID this shit and hit save. Okay, so it's going to start collections with like a random thing in here, okay? And now we're going to work on our functionality and finish it up. So let's go here, dbcollection.orders, and I'm going to say .add this, and we'll say for items, get me items. For restaurant name, get me restaurant name. And for created at, we need to do created at. The reason for that is that we want to timestamp it, so then we can go into descending timestamp order and pull the most recent order. That's what we're going to use to display on our order completed screen, which is going to be our third screen that we're going to make, okay? So that's going to be, we have 3 screens. The third screen you see is the order completed. That's how that's being displayed, is it's pulling the most recent item from the Firebase items. Okay, cool. So we're going to do created at. And we're going to say firebase.firestore.field value, capital F, capital V, .server, timestamp. Boom. There we go. And now what we're going to do is let's also in here just say set modal false or something. Okay, so set modal false, and what I will do is on the on press here, where we're setting the modal, this on press here, right? This is the checkout button. Yeah, this is the checkout button. So on this on press here, instead of doing this, what I'm just gonna say is like this. I'm just gonna say add to Firebase. Okay. So all this is going to do is it's going to run this add to Firebase function. And once it's done adding it to Firebase, all it's going to do, right? All it's going to do is simply close the modal, as you can see right here. Okay. And let's create an order now, and let's see if it does its thing. So here's how we're going to do it, right? I'm going to just take this and I'm going to add it right there. Right here, so you guys can. I'm gonna move myself. Oh wait, is this complicated? No, it's not. We can figure this out. Here, let's put this to the left. There we go. All right, so when I hit the checkout, it should actually, what you'll see is something turning green right there and being added. Okay, that's what you're actually looking for right now. Something turning green and being added right here. So I'll zoom into this so you cannot miss it. Let's go view cart and let's hit checkout. Whoa, it worked. Look at that. All right, let's go in here and look at that. Our item is added. It's so nice when things work in one go and there's no weird spelling errors. So here's our item. Chilaquiles, everything, right? Restaurant name and created at. There we go. Right? How many items are in here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. And look what we've selected. 1, 2, 3. So our database is working beautifully. Phenomenally. Okay. And this timestamp is super useful. So timestamp, items, restaurant name. That's what we were passing it. And that's what we got. Awesome. So let's keep on rocking and rolling in that case. So guys, yo, our Firebase functionality is done. Somebody give me a freaking thumbs up. Somebody get excited up in here, okay? That's huge. That is freaking huge. If you got your backend working, you should be very, very happy. Because if you had to do it the regular old way, you would have killed yourself trying to do the node servers and the MongoDBs. This is way easier. Right, David? Just kidding. All right, cool. So this is awesome. Warpaint says, loving this. Lovely UI. Nice UX. Okay. Beautiful. So we're done with this. Now we're gonna add our order completed screen. Okay, for our order completed screen, you are going to need the animations. So if you did not get the assets, now would be the time to get the assets. Link is in the description below. Click to join the challenge, and then that challenge will give you a PDF and everything that you need. Okay. You're definitely gonna need animations. Cool. All right. Now we're going to do a little bit of refactoring, and we're going to do some like funny stuff. Okay. So first of all, let's actually add our order completed screen. So order completed screen is going to be this screen right here. That's the screen we're working on right now. Okay. So when I'm thinking a screen, I'm thinking I'm going to go into my screens folder and I'm going to add in an order completed screen. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now. So let's go inside of our screens, new files, and we're going to say order completed.js. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to say, boom, order completed, save, text. Okay. And then the text here. We're going to say this. We're going to say, your order at the restaurant name has been placed for, and we're going to get total USD. Okay. So now also let's make it so we can actually view the screen. So let's go to navigation and let's add it here. Let's do order completed like so. Order completed. And now we want to be able to also get to the screen, right? So I imported it right there. Now I want to be able to get to the screen when I hit my checkout button, right? So let's go to our view cart and let's add it to this Firebase, right? Because add to Firebase should add to Firebase, set the modal to false, and also navigate us over to the other screen. So let's do navigation.navigate. Why is it auto-completing that? For the love of God, stop doing that. Navigation.nav. Oh my God. There we go. And navigate. And let's do order completed. One word like this. Does this have access to navigation? It looks like it does not. So let's give it access to navigation. View cart is not a screen. It is a component, right? So we're going to need to go to its screen. Its screen is restaurant detail. Ah, we're passing it already. Look at that. How freaking nice. How nice. Let's go to view cart. It does not need this restaurant names right here, so we'll go remove that because we're getting that from the use selector right here. So that's all good. Remove that too. We don't need navigation container. Okay, so navigation. Now it does have access to navigation. Navigation on navigate. Okay, cool. So let's try it. Let's click here, clickety clack, view cart, clickety clook, and it does not know what restaurant name is. And that's, I believe, the order completed component. That's what does not know the restaurant. Okay, not a problem. We'll get it all of that in just a second. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to our view cart. We're going to need access to all of the same exact stuff. So I'm going to take all of this, copy this, and I'm going to go to order completed. And I'm going to paste it right here because I literally need access to all of this stuff. Click, view cart, click. Can't find variable use selector, so we just have to import it now. R, Redux. I'm flying now, guys. So, you know, maybe just if you're watching this recording, you can start pausing. Check out. There we go. Hey, it's showing up. Haha. Just not exactly how we want it to be. And that's because it's not in a safe area view. So let's wrap it in a safe area view. Safe area view. Make sure you import at the top. There we go. Look at that. Yo, we're getting the right restaurant and we're getting the order has been placed for $32, right? Let's refresh. Let's try it again. Let's take it from the top, baby. Add. $47.20. Hit checkout. Boom! $47.20 at the farmhouse kitchen tie. What's up? You want to fight? What's up? Here we go. Let's keep it rocking and rolling. Let's go. Ho, ho, ho. Coding with Kenny says, hopefully I can do something like this in a year or two. JavaScript is such a fascinating language to learn. By the way, I love the contents posted on this channel. I love your freaking face, dude. I love you. It's not even about your content. I love you because you're here and you're one of the subscribers. And if you're not one of the subscribers, I still love you. Okay. That said, let's keep rocking and rolling here. Like you're all my children. Let's give this whole thing a white. All right. Let's give this whole thing a background. Let's give it a flex 1 background color white. All right. I want it to look pop it, lock and drop it. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is let's use our Lottie views. Okay. So let's do this. Import Lottie view from Lottie React Native. So we need to install that. Had we installed that already or no? Oh, we did not install that. So let's go ahead and actually install that, guys. I'll zoom in here. David, help. I'm going to do yarn add Lottie. David is like our Jamie, guys. From Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's Jamie. Okay, cool. So we got our Lottie React Native. We're importing it. And now we just got to use it. Okay, so let's use it below this text, actually. No. This green check mark is going to be above this text. So we got the green. Oh, I almost forgot. Okay. Damn, I apologize, guys. I get stuck with that all the time. Okay. So import Lottie like this from React Native. Okay. And so the top, I'm going to have my green check mark. And at the bottom, and what do I mean by all of this stuff? Here's what I mean by this. Right. So at the top, I have the green check mark animation. And at the bottom, I have that like cooking animation. Okay, so cooking. Just leaving these comments here so it can help you. And then I also have my items, my menu items right here. Okay, so these will help me just stay on track so I don't get lost within the, when it freaking starts getting nested. It's so annoying. So Lottie view. And let's go style. We'll give it a height of 100, align self of center, margin, bottom. Let's give it a 30. Okay, and then source will be require assets/animation/checkmark.json. So for this project, I'm using something called Lottie Files. It's really nice. You can go there and download these animations. It's super freaking cool. Okay. I'll just kind of like quickly show you because I think it's worth actually showing and talking about. David and Amanath, can you guys go crazy on the timestamping for this video, please? So by the time it's done, we have all the timestamps ready to go. David, you got it? Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right. So here is Lottie. Okay, Lottie Files. They're like all kinds of designers, Amazon, Netflix, Google, Instacart, all of them use it, right? And you guys have seen this stuff. Uber Eats is literally using their icons, right? Duolingo is using their icons. Disney now is using their icons. Headspace is using their animations and icons and stuff like that. And they make it really nice. Like you can go to popular. So you can go to Discover, free animations. That's where I went. And then you can just like sort by popular, right? You can sort by how recently popular it was. So you can do all time as well. And you can give it what you're looking for. You can like loader or whatever. And then you can just download it. Go here. And it's going to let you download a Lottie file. So you just hit download and it's going to give you this Lottie JSON. And that's the Lottie JSON that I'm using currently. Okay. So you can timestamp like the Lottie view type of thing too, David. That'd be great. Because then people can go, oh, Lottie view. Like it would be helpful for me to just click Lottie view and boom, go to it. Okay, cool. So we're Gucci on that. And now let's why is it complaining? What the hell is it complaining about? What? Assets, animations, checkmark JSON. It's right here. Let's comment this out. We're still getting an error. Interesting. Let's comment this out. Now we're not getting an error anymore. Interesting. Something with the import, I guess. Lottie view from Lottie React Native. Yarn add Lottie React Native. Spelled it correctly, I believe. Lottie view from Lottie React Native. Uncomment and the app breaks. Okay, now it doesn't break there. Let's see if it breaks here now. Okay. Let's try ViewCart. Expected a string. Am I closing everything correctly? So style. It's being closed correctly. Okay. Today I explored a new tool. You got it, brother. What the heck? What in the world? Huh. So height 100, align self-center, margin bottom 30. If you didn't have that, add that in. Okay. I'm giving it autoplay, so it plays by itself. Speed of 0.5, so it kind of runs a little bit slowly. These comments messing it up? What is happening here? It can't be the comments. There's no way. That's JSX with just the actual JavaScript comment in there. So that literally doesn't make any sense. Okay, if I remove this Lottie view and I hit checkout, does it let me go there? So it doesn't crash in this case. Right when I go Lottie view, it starts crashing. What? Oh, check the render method of order completed. I misspelled completed somewhere. Order completed. It's order completed here as well. It's wrong. Order completed. And now I'm sure it like broke in all the places. So order completed is misspelled here. Let's fix that. Though I don't think that's the main problem, because that's just literally changing the name. That doesn't change anything else. What? What is this? Check the render method. So everything is wrapped in a... I will literally just remove these comments, dude. I don't know at this point. What is happening? This is just front-end stuff. This is not supposed to give you errors. I will restart the app. That's my other solution. This is my ultimate solution to all problems in life. Just restart. Sometimes you can't do that though, right? Like, you can't restart a new mom. You have to live with your mom. So you have to like understand how to do conflict resolution and actually have long-standing, emotional, interpersonal skills. Like that one, David? All right, here we go. Clickety clack. View cart. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Restart and it worked. Hey. Wow. Debugging 101. Okay, cool. We got that Lottie view at the top, guys. Now we're just going to add a Lottie view at the bottom, okay, for the cooking. So I'm just going to literally paste that here. It's a Lottie view. Okay, style is going to be 200, align self-center. Source is going to be this cooking animation, okay? And then autoplay, and I want the speed to be at 0.5, so it's not too freaking fast. The other thing we need to do is I need to refactor a lot of the menu items code. So I don't want it to... I want this to be able to actually take in data. So I want to be able to go pass it last order. Or sorry, pass it foods. And you can just pass in last order that we're going to get from our Firebase. And then it should know how to render it. But right now, menu items is just taking in everything hard-coded. So we need to refactor menu items so then it's ready to take in information the right way. Okay. Whoa! Let's go! We got Sheila Sharma. Just gave us a donation. That is awesome. And she just said, Shiba dog clapping his hands. Oh, okay. She probably just dropped a sticker that translated his text. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. Much love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's finish this strong. Hopefully our computer doesn't crash. By our, I mean mine. Because I'm using it. You're watching. Get to coding. Come on, guys. You got to code too. Can't just be watching the whole time. Okay, cool. So, oh yeah, refactoring menu items. So let's go to menu items. All right, and we're going to have to refactor a bunch of stuff in here, actually. So menu items. Okay, foods. So we're going to make it so it actually takes foods in like this. We're going to make it so it also takes in a variable called height checkbox and then margin left. Why am I going to give it a height checkbox? Here's why. Because at the end, so let me show it to you like this. You see the second screen and you see the third screen, right? So let me go here and let's put the third screen. So do you see the restaurant detail, and then on the left hand side and on the right hand side, we have the order completed. Now, if you look at how the items, menu items look on the right-hand side, they look literally like the other components, right? So in my mind, I'm using the same exact component. The only difference is one has checkboxes, one doesn't have checkboxes. So I don't want to style and create a whole new menu item style components. This is the power of React. I want to just make that checkbox part dynamic, and I want to reuse the menu items component and just call it a day. Okay, that way I get to save myself a lot of additional work. Okay, cool. So and margin left too. So you'll see why, like, margin is going to be needed. All right, so here's what we're going to do here. We're going to do some conditional rendering for this checkbox, and we'll wrap it in JSX first of all. And we will say hide checkbox. If that's true, I want you to return me nothing. Otherwise, return me that. Okay. So if hide checkbox is true, render this. Otherwise, render the bouncy checkbox. Okay. So let's go back to our order completed. And now we'll actually be able to pass it hide checkbox true, like this. If we don't pass it anything for it, then it will by default show bouncy checkbox. That's why we did it the way that we did it. Okay. Now the next thing that we actually need to change is where we have a food image. And right here, we're actually going to go and say margin left, make it whatever margin that I pass you. Or 0. Okay, so if I don't pass you a margin, then just make it 0. And this is JSX, so let's close it up right there. Let's go to food image. And let's destructure this and say margin left. And then for style, simply just going to say margin left is whatever margin left is at this point. That's it. There we go. Dope. So the refactoring is looking pretty freaking good. And so let's go to restaurant detail for a second. And restaurant details, here's what we're going to do, okay? So you guys remember like all that food that we had inside of, where did we have all those food items? In menu items, right? So we're going to go back to menu items, and we're going to take all this food. We're going to refactor this, okay? So we're going to take all of this and take it out of this. And we're going to put all this food inside of actually the restaurant details screen, which is this screen right here. We're going to just put it at that level. Okay, set it. We're going to set it as a constant. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go down to our menu items, and we're going to pass that in as a prop. So we're going to say foods is equal to foods, because the array is called foods, right? So let's go down here. Let's go back to menu items. Hey. So I'm passing it foods, hide checkbox, and margin left. Cool. So now, boom, look at that. It's working. It's already working. Look at this. The refactoring is done. I love refactoring code. There's some of them are like huge refactors, right? But it's fun to do them. Let's go back to order completed now. And now we need to actually do just a couple of more things, and we're ready to go, guys. So one thing that we actually need to do here is read the data. So I'm going to wrap it in a use effect hook. Okay. And again, use effect takes in 2 arguments. One is a function, one are dependencies. This will have no dependencies. And we will say constdb firebase.firestore. And we'll need to import Firebase. So we're going to do import Firebase from Firebase like this. Hey. Nice. All right, and now we're gonna do db.collection.orders, but except for add, this time we're gonna do something different. So we're gonna say we're gonna say order by created at, and give it to me in a descending order. And once you give me that in a descending order, I want you to limit it to 1. So just give me back 1 item. Then call on snapshot on that. And here's what I want you to do. For each snapshot, what I want you to do is do snapshot.docs.map. Get me a doc. And for each of those docs that you get me, here's what I want you to do. I want you to set the last order to doc.data. You might be like, hey, what is this last order thing? We need to actually set our state variables. Okay, so we're going to do const. We're going to do last order, comma, set last order. Okay, and then we're going to do equals to, we're going to do use state. Let's import it. And we'll wrap this in parentheses. And here's where we're going to make the default order, okay? So the default order, I'm just going to paste it here so you guys can see it. It's going to be an array, or it's just going to be an object with items inside of it, okay? Why am I hard coding it like this? Just to show you, because this is what we're going to be getting back from Firebase. You're going to get back this object, and you're going to have to do object.items to get access to all of the items. Okay. So by default, we're going to keep it like this. So let's go back to our menu order, last order. Boom, there we go. So we're going to have to do last order.items. Okay. Let's go back up. So yes. All right. Here, last order, set last order. So by default, it's going to be this. And the non-default is going to be this. Okay. Now, we want to just clean this up a little bit. So we're just going to actually say, when you run this, you get back a function called unsubscribe. Okay. And that's just to clean this thing up. So we're going to do a return. And we'll say unsubscribe. Okay. And that's just so like once our use effect hook is done, it shuts down the connection to the database, okay? And so, yeah. I know it's kind of confusing, but that's actually what's happening there, okay? So we're done with this. Let's just double check everything. I think it's looking good to me. Let's run items. Let's go here, check out menu items. Oh, menu items probably. It's caps. So I misspelled it somewhere. Right here. Capital M. Let's go place an order. View cart, checkout. Can't find variable menu items. Let's import it. Imported. Let's go back. View cart, checkout. Hey, look at that. It's showing up. Okay. It's not exactly styled how we want it to be, so we're going to fix that in just a second, but it's showing up, so that's a really good sign. Okay. So what do we need to style now? We need to wrap this entire thing in a view. Okay, and let's go all the way down. Okay. And we're going to style this view now. So we're going to say style. And we'll say margin 15 from all directions. Boom! Already looking nice. That margin. You little bastard. That looks great. Line items. Oh, this is one line. That's a nice one line. And there we go. Okay, align it to center and then hide it to... So why in React Native, when you do align item center, it doesn't like vertically align, it actually horizontally aligns usually? It's because by default, it's column. Okay, So align items and justify content are actually inverse of each other, what they normally are in regular CSS. Okay. Okay. Awesome. For our advanced course, if you guys want, right? So some people are saying, hey, how do I actually understand this? Is there like a more advanced course that can help me understand all of this React stuff? So what I recommend is you guys go to cleverprogrammer.com/pwj. Okay, this is the best course in the world. And this will give you the lowdown on the JavaScript and React. Okay, so you can go through this. You'll get trainings, you'll get all the modules, you'll have weekly live coaching calls by some of the best instructors in the world. Okay, and you'll have 15 modules, right? And you'll learn how to actually make money with coding, with JavaScript. So a lot of what you see me doing here, right? What makes it difficult is there's a lot of JavaScript actually going on. I'm writing a shit ton of JavaScript. Like when I'm calling my reduce, when I'm calling my maps, when I'm calling my filters, when I'm putting the JSX inside, all of that is JavaScript. So if you guys understand JavaScript, React will become so much easier, right? React is React.js for a reason, because it's just a library of JavaScript. So if you want to understand React, understand JavaScript really well. And this course teaches you JavaScript and React really, really, really freaking well. Okay, so if you want to like explode your skills, have the best community in the world, you know, build amazing projects that use Node, Mongo, Express, Redux, Next, all of that, trust me, you want to join this course, okay? I'm one of your instructors in there. Naz is another one of your instructors. And students are just getting incredible results, right? Like one of the students is like, yeah, I landed a 6-figure job. Another student landed a job for $96,000 a year. We have a person land a contract for $110,000. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? So we have amazing results. Of course, everybody's skill level and experience is different, right? And here it is. So you guys can actually just click join now. And if you join now, you'll actually save quite a bit. Save 20%, right? And in a couple of, probably pretty soon, we're going to be closing down the enrollment for this course. So I would say if you have the chance, just go ahead and join it, okay? With that said, let's continue rocking and rolling with what we were doing. So this thing, the styling is looking pretty good. Okay. Now we're going to style the restaurant name. So let's go style. And okay, I'm going to say font size. We're going to make it 20. And then font weight, we'll make it bold. There we go. So now the restaurant is looking a lot better. Okay, we're going to wrap this entire thing actually in a scroll view as well in just a second. All right, so right here, we're going to wrap this in a scroll view. So let's hit enter on this. So it imports it. And that's it. I don't even need to say anything. It's Gucci, just how it is. And let's close it. There we go. So now now it's scrollable, and also the cooking animation is much closer to it. Before it was outside of it. So it's much better like this. Okay, beautiful. I mean, are we almost done with this? Because I think we might be done with this literally. Okay, let's double check. Let's refresh. Let's go in here. Let's click. Let's click and select view cart. Hit checkout. Hey, look at that. Okay, wait, hold on. I had 3 items selected. That's not right. So something is wrong. It's not doing set last order. So let's go ahead and see what's happening here. Okay, run this use effect hook. Collections, order by, limit, snapshots. There's like set last order. Doing last order dot items. That looks right to me. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's Yo, I'm gonna try my usual. I'm gonna stop the server and start it again before I go down like some crazy debugging route. I'm just gonna take the easy way out here. Order completed. Let me try something. Let me have this hook look for last order actually. Interesting. Let's do this. Let me remove this return unsubscribe actually. Okay. So is that the problem that we were having? Okay. Wow. What a very subtle, but that was actually the problem that was happening. So now we should actually be good. So when you're returning this, you have to be careful. You have to call the anonymous function unsubscribe, okay? You can't just call unsubscribe directly. There we go. Now it's pulling all of the data. Awesome. Let's go back. Let's pick 4 items, right? And let's show you with the Firebase so you can actually visually see this, how this is working. So let's go right here. And I'll delete all of the collection for now. We'll just say delete orders. And then I'll create another collection called orders again. So we'll create orders. Auto ID is fine. Hit save. Okay. Now I'm going to hit checkout and watch. It's going to go green. It's going to add that order in there. And let's double check that that order looks exactly what we see on the right hand side. So first of all, I do see 4 items here and I see 4 items there. So that's perfect. Let's go in the item. The first item is a lasagna. That's correct. Let's go to the second item. And that is a tandoori chicken, right? And then this is the image of it. Amazing Indian dish right there. So honestly, to me, this looks good. Okay, so our Firebase is working exactly like how we want it to be. And now the last thing we need to add, guys, is just the animator loader screen. Hey, thank you for another donation. $5. Let's go. 5 more. That's awesome. We're almost at 100. You guys are so freaking close. We're at 95. Okay. So the last thing we got to do, right, guys, is add that loader screen. Okay. And what does that look like? Let me show you. So this is the screen we want to build, okay? So when you hit checkout, that's the screen we want to build. All right. And here's the video version of it. So you can kind of just see it kind of more in action. So not that. This one here. So watch what happens when I hit view cart, right? I'm going to hit view cart or checkout. So right when I hit checkout, that loader. So that's the one we're going to build. That's going to be not too complicated. And let's get that out of the way. And then we're going to be pretty much done. Okay. So let's go to, this is the last push, guys. This is the last push. We got this. Okay. Let's freaking go. All right. Here's what we're going to do for this one. We're going to need access to state. So I'm going to do, oh, actually, I don't need that, but I will need a, do I need a use effect hook? I don't. So let's keep this as it is. I will need to actually get my, animation. So we're going to do import Lottie, Liddy view. That would be a lot better. From Lottie React in native. And now let's set our variables. So let's do const loading, comma, set loading. And we'll do useState false. So essentially what we want to do is, if I could show you that loading screen again. Oh, it's right here. Loading. There. So essentially what we want to do is when you hit the checkout button, I want to add a little timeout, a manual timeout. So yes, we're faking the loading, okay? But that's okay. Normally loading takes a while, but with ours, that's not going to take that long because it's just so fast with Firebase. So we want to create this experience like it's loading. So we're going to add a manual timeout of, like, let's say 2.5 seconds. And within that 2.5 seconds, we're going to show this scanner animation pop up in the middle of the screen. That's it. All right. After the 2.5 seconds are over, we're going to navigate over and we're done. Okay. That's all we're doing. So let's add that 2.5 second delay, first of all. So let's add it right here. So I'm going to say here, I'll say dot then once you get this, because it's going to be a promise. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to set timeout. And then this timeout, what this is going to do is set loading to false. Okay, even if I don't do the loading thing yet, actually that's fine. And then we're going to do the navigation.navigate. Okay, and I'm going to make this 2500. So that's like 2.5 seconds, right? And then the modal, yeah. So the modal, close the modal too. Okay, so it's gonna wait 2.5 seconds, and then after 2.5 seconds, it's gonna run this. So it's gonna set the loading to false. It's gonna run this and take us to the next page, and it's gonna close the modal. Okay, so we can actually even put this right here. Cool. All right. So that's good, I believe. And now we just need to show the loading. Okay, so this is going to be really simple. We're just going to go all the way to the bottom here, right underneath this, right there. Wait, hold a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, I did this the other way. Okay, I think doesn't really matter where we put it, but I think we should be good if we just start here. So let's go loading. And if loading is happening, then we're going to do this. Okay, so let's actually just do this. Okay, so I just got the ternary operator stuff right, and now we're going to write all of our stuff here. So if the loading is true, then show the animation. Okay, so this is, we're going to otherwise show nothing. So this is where we are going to show our animation. Okay, so we're going to do Lottie. Let's just wrap it in a view from the get-go. That's fine. And we're going to do style. And I'm going to do background. Oops. Background color black. And we will do position, actually opacity absolute. And we're going to set the opacity to 0.6. We'll set the position. Oh, we actually did the position, so we're fine there. We're going to do justify content. We'll do center. We'll do align item center because we want this loader to show up in the middle, okay, of the screen. And we'll give the screen a height of, so I think the hack, instead of doing height 100%, width 100%, I think we can also do flex 1. If it doesn't work, we'll go the other way. But I think this should be good. And then within this view, we're gonna put our Lottie view. Okay, and we're gonna make this a self-closing tag. And then for the animation, we're gonna say style, give it a height of 200. And we'll give it a source of require. Go into my, here's what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna say, go into my assets, go into my, animations, go inside of my scanner.json. There we go. And we'll give it a okay, there we go. There, that's how it should be looking. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say autoplay, and we'll say speed, set it to 3 because I need it to be pulsating pretty fast actually. So there you go. Okay. Now let's give it a try. Check out. Oh, okay. So it worked. It just did something funny. So let's refresh and check out what actually happened, right? Add to cart. Add to Firebase. So it probably did something funny along the lines of here. Okay, set timeout 2.5 seconds. Set loading to false after 2.5 seconds. Set this to false, and then navigate me away. So let's check it out again. Hit this, hit view cart, hit checkout. Okay, so I think it's where I'm maybe putting, so it's not set loading false. Maybe let's take this modal out of here, and maybe let's put the modal one in underneath here. Okay. Though I don't really think that's it, but so no, that's not really the problem. We can put that back. Okay, let's figure out what is actually happening. Is it loading somewhere where I'm unable to see it actually? Okay, let me go take a look at this. Okay, so loading. If it is loading, show me this view. Okay, let's try width of 100% and height of 100% because that's how I initially had it. I think that might be it. It's just that animation is actually not showing up. That's all that's happening, it seems like. The 2.5 seconds thing looks like it's working. Let's see. Height. So we have a background color for it. We have a position absolute. We have the opacity. We have justify content. We have align self. No, actually, it's not align self. It's align items. That's how I think what we should have here. Does that bring it back? Nope, that's not it either. Okay, let's just refresh anyway. Oh. Okay. View. Lottie view. Right, we give it a height of 200. Assets / scanner.json. That also looks good to me. Autoplay looks good to me. Okay, so I'm going to restart the server. And if that does not work, then we're going to debug it a little bit further. But we're almost done. We're so freaking close. We're literally just trying to add a loader at this point, okay? Said you're on iOS. And that too, a fake one. But I think it makes the app look a lot cleaner. Okay, so I think it's worth adding it. Oh, I'm never setting loading to true. Duh. That's why this is happening. We need to do set loading. Oh, wow. Cow's Fool literally just said that. Hey, nice work on the debugging. Even though I didn't see your message. Figured it out, actually. But wow, nice job. Awesome. Thank you, Cow's Fool. Great debugging. Good job. Okay. So I need to just set it to true. And now we should be Gucci. Click, 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 and let's check it out. I believe that it's gonna work so much that I'm willing to full screen this already. I'm willing to go in this mode already. I'm willing to put the music up already. And if it doesn't work, I'm ready to look like a fool. Here we go. Is this the final version? Yes or no? Drop it in the comments and let me know. As a matter of fact, I'm going to refresh it. I'm going to click in. We're going to grab 3. View cart. Check out. Oh, no. No. So close. But so far. Almost. Okay. So it did not work. Okay. Now let's see why that happened. Okay. So set loading to true. Yep. And then I'm setting loading to false here. That looks good to me. Let's go down. Height of 200. That looks good. Background color, opacity, position, justify content, align items, height, width, Lottie view. That looks good too. Wow, we got scammed, guys. Let's see. We have scanner. That scanner file. Let's get out of there because it's giving me a headache looking at those colors. It's too pretty. Oh, thank you, by the way, for the 100. That was awesome. Thank you. We just hit 100. Okay, cool. Refresh. Boy, this is annoying, huh? Let's go back to order completed. Let's give it a little margin left, actually, of what, 8? Maybe 7. View cart. I'm in order completed right now. Let's give it a margin of 10, actually. This is for the last screen. This is just so the last screen looks better, the order completed screen. Assets, animations, scanner JSON. If loading is true, then show me all of this. I know something is freaking happening. I know something is happening. I just cannot see it. This is heartbreaking, guys. We're gonna finish it off weak. Is this what's gonna happen? No, I'm gonna sit here and debug this until I have to. That's not happening. Database dot. Okay. Cool. So collection. Then I call the set timeout. And then I'm calling the loading. And then I'm passing in. Okay. Set modal visible. I really don't think it has to do with modal visible either. What if I never, ever set loading to false? So then it should be showing up a lot. Nope, still doesn't show up. So at this point, I'm convinced that it is either... Oh, whoa. What the hell is going on? This is the weirdest error yet. So, something is happening, you guys. Something is happening. Let me try taking the modal and putting it... where's my beautiful on press? Let's put it right underneath this. Let's give this a try, okay? I'm gonna refresh the app. Oh! Did we do it? Oh! Okay, we just have to put it outside of this. Okay. So, let's take a look at this now, guys. Let's go full screen and let's see if we got this. Let's take a look. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Let's refresh this now. Command R. Please refresh. Not refreshing. All right, take a look at this, guys. We'll hit farmhouse, kitchen, view cart, hit checkout. Hey, the loader is there. Look at how clean it looks. And boom, takes us to the last page. That is absolutely beautiful, guys. Now, what we're going to do is let's just take a look at the entire freaking app, right? So here, right, it's built with React Native, okay? We built this from scratch with the React Native. I can search my cities. Click Hollywood here, and I can actually go and search for whichever food I want. Let's go to the Sisters Cafe today. Okay, my items were already selected because I selected them before. So let's select them again. Let's click this. The total says $47. Guys, for this, we're using Redux, right? So look at the left-hand side. React Native, YELP API. We're using the Google Places Autocomplete API. We're using Redux. When I hit View Cart and hit Checkout, it's going to send this to our Firebase. A beautiful loader screen using Lottie files. And look at that order placed, order completed screen, guys. If you enjoyed this and you think this is awesome, I want you to go ahead and freaking smash that like button. Yo. Guys, this is it. I really hope that you freaking enjoyed this, right? What a fantastic build. So much was involved. It's amazing that you made this app in literally a day, says Michael Alcide. Hassan says, hey, we'll take your guys' comments now. Yep. Warpaint says, welcome to programming. When stuff gets real, the victory gets that much sweeter. Yes, sir. He got it. Awesome. There we go, guys. We'll end this off with, it's amazing that you made this app in literally a day. I love this one. And guys, with that said, I have my end screen prepared for this exact moment. This is what I got for you. rap. Yo, guys, we crushed it out here. I love you. Hey. At this point, guys, all I gotta say is join the challenge, join our course Profit with JavaScript. It's the best course on the planet. Okay, it's on cleverprogrammer.com/pwj. It'll also be in the links in the description below. If David, you can help me out with that. Join the Uber Eats challenge, you guys. Whoever builds the best Uber Eats clone app, you're going to be getting $600 in first place. Second place, you're going to be getting $300. And third place, you're going to be getting $100. The way you can join this challenge is completely free. Click the link below. Build the Uber Eats clone. Join the challenge, you guys. This is going to be absolutely amazing. Put your submissions in the Discord community. We also have the best developer community on planet Earth. Join that as well. And that's all I got for you. It's a freaking wrap for me, boys and girls. Thank you for being here. I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody who was here the whole time. Thank you.